Duval County, 904 in this bitch, huh? Put your hands up. Yeah, you feel that bass? Turn it up. It's that dirty South punk rock. Dirty South. Dirty South, yeah. Throw it up. Where you from, nigga? Where you from? Duval. You could get caught in the club. Blow with your hood, throw it up in the club. Hey. Or you could get stomped in the club for a dub at our star. Show me we don't give a fuck, yeah. But you don't want no problem. You don't want no problem. You don't want no problems with me. Oh, we baby 50 deep. Hold on back, hold on back. Man, fuck that nigga. Hold on back, hold on back. Man, fuck that nigga. Hold on back, hold on back. Fuck that, fuck back. DJ Dirty Ski. When I reach for the herb, nigga, what's the word? Bitch, what's the word? Nigga better recognize real G's down the ride. Dirty South, I'm a record till I die. And I ain't even gotta tell her what my name is. I just walk right in like I'm famous. Get out the way, bitch. I'm heading straight to the VIP where I'ma drink everything for free. Damn right. You can get caught in the club. Blow with your hood, throw it up in the club. Or you can get stomped in the club for a dub at our star. Show me we don't give a fuck, yeah. But you don't want no problem. You don't want no problem. You don't want no problems with me. Oh, we baby 50 deep. When I say whole wheat, y'all say bread. Whole wheat, bread. Whole wheat, bread. When I say whole wheat, y'all say bread. Whole wheat, bread. Whole wheat. Y'all motherfuckers don't want no problems, nigga. Whole wheat bread, bitch, Southside Duval County. It's that dirty South punk rock shit. Y'all gonna have to try extra hard to get up in this punk shit now, nigga. Y'all niggas don't want no problems, nigga. Shut up. Back the fuck up.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. I'm solo tonight. I'm just here to hang out and watch some fun videos and hopefully make a little tippy tips on the tippy tip train. I do have a goal here to add an extra hour to the end of this stream. If we can meet that by the time we hit the 2.5 hour mark. Two and a half hour mark. So the show's going to be at least 2.5 hours long. But if you guys want to throw me a couple bucks, help me reach my goal, I'll add an extra hour and keep going. And I've done this before. I think the record is like an 8-hour stream. The goal gets smaller after each previous goal. So it'll probably come down significantly if we can reach this first one. And then we stream all night long and I never sleep. And then I hate myself. Give the stream a like. Give us a like. Right. Okay, here's an assignment for everyone watching right now. Describe Jared Genesis in one word. One word, put it in the chat. Now, some of the words might get blocked by... You have to be selective with your word or it won't show. But try... yuck. Yeah, that's a good one. Lost. Huh. It's an understatement. Played toe. Filet. I don't know what that is. Alpha. Bill Hicks says alpha. .pdf. Disgusting. Pathetic. These are all good. Troy says molster. I don't know what that means either. Molster. No, Billy's best friend is not one word. That would be 3. That'd be 3 words. Creepy's, yeah, that's 1. Dirty. Filthy. Lazy. He could be criminal, but he hasn't been convicted, so you can't call him a criminal. He hasn't even been investigated. I don't know. Sicko. Yeah, that's what Cobes would call him. Beta. What a beta. We got 2 betas in a row right there. Yes, Billy's friend Martin Shkreli was released from prison, but he's in a halfway house, so it's not like he can do whatever he wants. A real man? That's 3 words again. We need 1 word. Just do 1 word. This is how I trick you into getting engagement. I'm tricking you guys by doing something fun, which is talking about Jared. And yeah, I'm getting engagement. By the way, if you like the stream, Jared, that also means Jared sucks and smells. I was just thinking about putting up. I was really tempted to put up like some gross poll about like how much money you'd be willing to take to like sniff Jared's butt crack or whatever. But come on, guys. Yeah, guys, but seriously. Yeah, because come on, guys. That's how he is. You know what? I just feel sorry for them. Let's watch, okay. This is a recent Jared video. It's called Remembering a Dead Friend. That's the title of the video. Remembering a Dead Friend. And at first it's like, oh, I can empathize with that. I have dead friends. I have friends that passed away. Had some friends die of car accidents. I had some friends die of some overdoses. I had some friends unfortunately take their own lives. I had a friend that died of like a rare form of cancer. Not really. Well, that was more of an acquaintance. See, friend is a term that can be used very loosely, Nowadays, people consider people they've never met in real life that they only know online friends, which is a very interesting concept that I don't know if it's been studied to find out how different it is compared to actual like traditional friendship, but that would be interesting to learn. Anyway, Jared also uses the term friend very loosely, and you'll learn that here.
How's it going, guys? It's your boy Jared Genesis here, and today I want to talk about my old friend Lester. Rest in peace.
Is that his last name, Lester? Rest in peace? Because that's very ironic, all things considered. There's a lot of hissy background noise, and I have no idea what that is. He might have a fan on. It might be a fan.
Mr. Cheatham passed away roughly, I believe it was 2013, and guys, I just wanted to share this story just as a way to remind you guys that we're all mortal.
Yeah, we all. I mean, most of us don't need to be reminded of that. Anyone who has even the most basic grasp on reality understands how mortality works.
Every one of us is mortal.
Yeah.
You don't know if you're going to wake up to see tomorrow. So
yep.
Make sure to live today like it's your last. That's the best.
I don't know if that's necessarily good advice. You shouldn't live every day assuming it's your last. Because that could cause you to make some very impulsive decisions that are probably not necessary for you to make, because you're probably not going to die soon unless you have some sort of illness that, you can see the end coming. But just the possibility that you could die sometime soon, that doesn't mean you should live every day like it's your last. That's not good advice. You should plan for the future. You shouldn't You shouldn't live impulsively constantly.
Best advice I can tell all of you.
No, that's the awful advice.
When it came to Lester, bro, like, I never really knew him that well. But he was one of those guys where he was just very, what's the word, you know, the opposite of introverted, outroverted.
It's called extroverted, not outroverted. It's like someone who has the belly button that sticks out. It's an outroverted belly button.
Is that what it's called? I think extroverted, something like that.
Yeah, you got it.
But yeah, he was very extroverted, and he was someone that you could feel like you were friends with, even if you didn't know him. He was that incredible of a person and a human being. I knew Lester in middle school. I think it was around 6th grade or something. I think we had a class together.
So he wasn't even really his friend. They had like a class together. It was a guy he kind of knew in school that he liked, and they had maybe a class together.
And back in middle school, it was that was fun times, man. Like, I had a lot of fun in middle school. I don't know why that was, but
probably because that's the only time in your life it was acceptable to date girls of that age. Probably. Just based on your own statements. You know, I hate it when people play the pedo card with everybody. I hate when people throw that around carelessly. But this is indisputable. Like, people do it for easy character assassination all the time. But Jared literally multiple times made statements that are very suspicious. And did actions that were very specific. Or very suspicious.
I made a video of middle school band not too long ago, but yeah, man, Lester, he was quite the badass dude. Like, he was just an all-around badass guy if you knew him. And
okay.
Yeah, bro, he was a fucking wizard on the skateboard. He played drums.
I think you're an idiot, but I'll take you at your word. This guy sounds like he was a great guy. It's unfortunate that he passed away. I think it's weird that you positioned him as your friend, and then as the story goes on, you hardly even knew him. But whatever.
You know, I don't know every single thing about him, but okay. I did talk to him numerous times. And funny story, one time we were in computer lab, and he had the same chair as me. I come to find out, this little prankster. I was just doodling in class one day. I drew a picture of a turkey. Don't ask me why, but come to find out, like, next week when I wanted to upload my turkey, let's just say the turkey had fecal matter all over it. Lester drew fucking turds all over my picture of my turkey.
He was like, "Oh, let's make this turkey look like the kid who sits here on the period after me. You know, the one that never showers and wears the same shirt every day for 2 months? Let's make his turkey look as dirty as him."
He was a cut up, man. He was a really good guy, though, bro. And for those of you who don't know, if you haven't heard me speak about him, yeah, he committed suicide. I don't know why that is. I know another guy that died that was in my grade, and let's just say that drugs were a huge problem in my school. And so if I had to wager a guess,
if you don't know, you shouldn't say anything about it.
It's probably drug related, man. I don't really know for sure, but I do know that he did have a past with drugs, unfortunately. It's just stupid, bro. It's like, you know, why ruin your life like that when you're already such a badass, you know?
I don't think the drugs were the problem. If he killed himself, there was something else.
I can understand if you were just, like, miserably depressed. And
so it's okay to do it then if you're depressed. Like, what? What are you even saying? This is messed up. Now you're like, well, you know, if you had just been depressed, then I'd get it. But, you know, since you're doing drugs, man, he just threw it all away.
I had nothing going for you, but, like, in my eyes, see, here's the funny thing, you know, the irony of life that I always talk about. For some people, you may think they have everything, but in their mind, they may actually feel like they have nothing, bro. you really don't know what goes on through someone's mind unless you really take the time to know them. And even then,
But you made it sound like you didn't even really know that guy. So,
and you still may not know. He took his own life, and he was only in his early 20s. He had a daughter too, from what I hear. That sucks, bro. Guys, I'm telling you this again. Like, cherish your life. You never know when you're gonna go, bro. Like, that's what I'm just trying to say.
you
here.
never
Like,
know when you're gonna go, bro. You never know when you're gonna go. You never know when you're gonna go, bro. You never know when you're gonna go.
Try to live your life just for the moment. Don't hold on to negativity, all that stuff.
No, you should never. There's appropriate times to live in the moment, and there's other times where it's good to be cautious and plan ahead. You should not just perpetually live in the moment. That's a bad idea.
Will just weigh you down. Do the best you can to be happy. That's what God wanted for you when he made you, bro. He didn't design you to be miserable. That's why he gave us fucking endorphins and all these pleasures.
I mean, if you believe in God, then every way that we are is the way we were designed to be. So.
Releasing chemicals. You think he would have done that if he hated us? If he wanted us to be miserable? Hell no, bro. And sure, there's a lot of bad.
Then why did he put them here?
But there's also a lot of good, guys.
Why didn't he just make our minds incapable of having chemical reactions with drugs?
Lester shouldn't have died.
Or did the devil make all the drugs?
It doesn't make sense to me that he is. But I realize that life isn't fair, and his death taught me that a lot. That, death can happen to anyone.
I mean, it wasn't like he died. Yeah, death can happen to anyone, and it was tragic. The story is tragic, but like, at first you made it sound like it sounds like he planned his own demise. It wasn't like something that took everyone, like we might have taken other people by surprise, but not him. So you were like, oh, you never know when you're gonna go. It's like, sounded like he did. Sound like he chose when. Like that whole like, oh, you never know when you're gonna go thing is for when you don't have any control over it.
And that's just how it is here on Earth, man. But I do believe he's in a better place. And I just wanted to speak on him again, just to remember his name and to hopefully use it as a positive message for you guys.
What was the positive message? You have not said any positive message. It sounds like this is someone you don't even really know, and you're talking about them like almost completely out of your ass just to sound like you're a cool, sensitive guy is what I'm getting from this. Oh man, yeah, I'm just taking it upon myself to talk about my dead bro. Cause you have a positive message, but he's kind of like a loser though, cause like he did drugs, so maybe that's why he did it then. But positive message, okay, you know what I'm saying?
There was I envied.
It is what it is, bro.
This guy, like, I don't like to sound like I have idols, but like I really looked up to this guy to the point where I was actually intimidated by him. And
you're not like some crazy tough guy, okay? Like, you'll never be a pro fighter because you're not good enough at fighting to be a pro fighter. Like maybe you are like tough for the way you are, like someone completely out of shape. Maybe, I don't know. But you're not like UFC level. Okay? Like you walked into an MMA gym and got your ass whooped by an MMA fighter that never even went pro, or if he did, he only had like a couple pro fights and he kicked your ass. So what makes you think that you can cut it? Dude, do something else. Go. You said something like a few months ago about getting into pest control. If that's true, do that. Like, do something that's actually practical. I can't believe I'm giving you this good faith advice, Jared. But you need to do something practical. You're never going to be an MMA, a pro MMA fighter. You will never be that. And I'm not saying I would be one. I'm just saying you're not going to be one, okay? This isn't me being like, I'd be better MMA fighter than you. But I'm in touch with reality enough to know that. You're not. That's the thing. Like, you're closer to being a professional musician than you are to being a professional fighter. And you're not even close to musician either. You just have, like, you clearly have experience playing instruments, so you can at least make them. You're better at that than you would be fighting people who actually knew how to fight. So you should probably get your pest control job and then join a band and stay away from middle schools and all ages shows.
He probably thought I was a bit weird because of that. Like, I really couldn't talk to. I was kind of a nervous, awkward kid, but like I really couldn't even look him in the eye that well. I just thought
that's a sign of other issues. That's a sign of other issues.
Goddamn cool. But if you guys know someone who passed away, feel free to share in the comments. And I
know tons of people who have passed away. It makes it sound like, someone who passed away. It's like, yeah, you kind of knew a guy you went to school with who ended up passing away. You're like, oh, I think maybe you had a kid. Like, if you really knew this person, you'd know whether or not they had a kid. You'd know a lot more than what you said about them. It's like you can only think of one person you know throughout your lifetime that passed away, and you're like trying to make this video to make yourself look like this really genuine, caring person, when in reality, it's so transparent. It's unbelievably transparent, Jared. It is. It's kind of sad. I feel sorry for you, bro. I feel sorry for you.
It's good to talk about things like this because I don't think suicide gets spoken on enough, and it's unfortunately a huge problem in the world.
It is a huge problem in the world. It is a huge problem. I'll agree with you when you make true statements. I'll agree.
But I just wanted to spread this positive message to you guys.
Okay.
Remembering my old friend Lester, the coolest fucking kid I know.
He sounds more like a friendly acquaintance, if I'm being honest.
He's gone. But, I believe that he still made a positive impact on this world. And I'll never forget him as long as I fucking live, dude. If I live to be 100, I'll still be like, oh shit. Yeah, Lester, they was a fucking cool-ass kid, man, I'll still remember him till the day I fucking die. Anyways, guys, cheers. Short video today, but I hope you enjoyed. And I'll catch you Monday, so have
this
a
is
good one,
a 6-minute video. That's a short video for him. And here's another Jared video. By the way, guys, no tips in yet. If you want to help support me, please do me a favor. Use the Streamlabs link in the description. Donate a couple bucks, as low as $2. $5 TTS is turned on. If you want to swing by, I normally do my streams on Sundays now, but I switched. I ended up having to take care of some stuff yesterday, so I am streaming today, and it's solo. I normally have PIMPMUNK and Shab with me, but today it's just me by myself, and Jared.
What's up, y'all? It's your boy Jay Genesis here. Sorry I had the camera moved. I was doing a guitar video last night, so I always have to adjust that. But anyhow.
I've never heard a real laugh out of Jared, like a genuine come from your belly kind of laugh. It's always this superficial, like like that.
Now, I guess I got kind of a more serious video today. Haven't done a serious video in a while. Well, except talking about my dead friend, but...
haven't done a serious video in a while, except for the last one that I did. You know what? That's him subconsciously admitting that it wasn't really a serious video. He was just trying to look like a nice guy because he has such a bad reputation. That's really what it is. He hardly knew the person by his own admission. He didn't even have to admit that he hardly knew them, but he did.
Yeah. Rest in peace, Lester. He was a fucking cool-ass guy.
Again?
But, also, guys, I want to apologize about my hair. My fucking razor broke.
He wants to apologize about his hair. Like, he should have been apologizing for, like, the last 7 years.
So I have to cut my hair with...
Remember the weird mushroom? He had the mushroom haircut for a while. And then he had the Wolverine, where he had, like the Wolverine haircut with the, like, 2 points on the top. And now, yeah, it's weird.
A pair of scissors, and I could wear a hat, but it's just, I really don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying?
It looks like his hair is drawn on, like he drew his hairline on. You know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying, guys? Hey, give me a like, too. Likes are free. Likes are free. If you could give me a like, that would be great.
And like, it just, shit like this doesn't really bother me. I'm not insecure about stupid petty crap like this. It'll grow back anyway, you know what I mean? But
doesn't grow back for everybody. Like the back of my head does not grow.
Give a shout out today to a Terry Joel Jr. I watched this guy a lot, bro. I watched this guy religiously, especially when I was on my 2-year break away from the internet, bro.
It's funny, like, he keeps talking about this break. He only did it because he was made to, and there were several times where he tried to come back and people scared him away, and he left. So it wasn't a whole... It's like an alcoholic that says that they're a year sober, but there was like 3 or 4 times in that year that they took a little bit of a drinky drink and didn't tell anybody. It's kind of like that, only we know about it.
It was Terry Joel Jr. and Narc Poacher. Those are the 2 people.
Here he goes. When he takes a drink, he tips his whole head and lifts the water jug like up in the air and pours it down into his mouth. Like when I drink...
New to this channel, sub to DP for a few years, just stumbled upon this. Solo Ben?
Yeah, I'm not always solo on here, but tonight I am. Usually I have some people joining in. Thanks for getting the tip train started here. I appreciate it. It's $5 TTS. Yeah, I'm just hanging out tonight and watching some videos. And if we can meet this goal, I'm going to stream later and later into the night. I got a lot of video stuff on lock here, so...
The second video for Narc Poacher.
Someone said, wait, Shab isn't here? Yeah, yeah, he's a quiet boy. I kind of use him as just someone to like bounce things off of, and every now and then he'll come back with something good. Sometimes it feels like I'm kind of, instead of bouncing it off of a wall, it goes down a hallway and echoes on its way down there. But, you know, he's an endearing young man, that Shabisky.
But I love them both because they're just really fucking savage. And, you know, guys, they just talk about really just staying on your grind and don't let haters bring you down. You know what I mean? Because one thing they emphasize more than anything, guys, is when you really start to get on your...
Buying myself P-Brain's No Pain Bad News Auto-Tuner.
Oh, damn. I've used an auto-tuner before, but it was like built in to a audio recording program that I used. Like it was a plug-in. So you could record your voice and then add the auto-tune afterward. Along with other effects like echoes and distortion and whatever you need.
Grind. When you really start to be successful at what you do, you're gonna have haters. They're gonna pop up.
Imagine the smell.
Yes. It's just... Jared has the resources to shower. Jared has the resources to wash his clothes. Jared has everything is handed to Jared. Jared's parents aren't rich. They seem very middle class and they sound old. They sound like they're in their 70s. So Jared is kind of like Jared Chan in some ways. He's in that kind of wheelhouse. Poot, 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 poot. Thank you. Wow, look how far along we are on the goal already. Looks like I will be streaming at least 3.5 hours tonight because the goal is really coming along, Tubes. Coming in nicely. Thank you. Give the stream a like, too, please.
You guys, the sad truth is there's people out there who just can't stand the fact that they're basic bitches, dude. And so when they see someone who's, a more rare flower, as Terry Joel Jr. says.
A rare flower? Is that what you are?
Train.
Tip train. Thank you. Man, so much love tonight on a Monday.
That isn't just a fucking yellow dandelion in everyone's front yard. They get pissed. They get triggered. And they can't handle it. That's how it was with my trolls, man.
Oh, so the trolls could not handle that he was a flower. He was a beautiful flower in the middle of a yard. And the trolls, they just couldn't handle it. They just could not handle something so beautiful existing in the wasteland of YouTube. And they just stomped on it. And they stomped on it and stomped on it.
Love you, Meatball.
Thank you. I like that nickname. I don't even want Ben Pie anymore. I'm switching to Meatball. I want to just be called Meatball now. I'm done with Ben Pie. Ben Pie has run its course. I'm Meatball in perpetuity now. That's what I am.
And I'm not saying I was any goddamn PewDiePie, but I was actually doing good on YouTube, especially when I was with EFAP.
Yeah, when you were with EFAP, and then you ruined that.
Thank God it's Monday.
Thank you. You ruined that association with them because you let shit go to your head, which is fine. That's understandable. You were not used to getting so much positive attention, and you let it go to your head, and you freaked out, and you threatened to beat up your dad, and then all this other stuff about you being a weird creepo, which was like, rumors are one thing. Like, rumors can be very unfair. So, like, if there wasn't all this evidence of you, like, your own admission and your own, like, weird DMs and shit, I'm not even going to go into what they were, but it's just, there was a lot of evidence, like, actual evidence, not just rumors and accusations. And so EFAP cut ties with you, and then you got a lot of negative attention. And then you moved on to the Keemstar stuff. Like, it's not Keemstar's fault that stuff got passed to him. You made your own statements. There was literally a video of you saying this stuff. You started at like 14 and worked all the way down to 8. And it was just, people are going to pounce on that. It's a very sensitive topic. And when you're like unapologetically putting those intentions out there and children are involved, then stuff, this isn't going to just go away.
And it was when I was with EFAP that haters, man, they were just giving me goddamn trouble every day. On my live streams, they would just come out the woodwork, you know what I'm saying?
Do you know what I am saying?
Because they could not handle the fact, that I was doing better than them. It was too much for them, bro. You know what I'm saying? And they tried their best to slander my name.
Doing better,
so
how?
I'd never come back.
Define doing better. First of all, your streams are so low effort. Even like back then when you claimed you had all this success, you put no effort in, like you didn't know how to do anything. You didn't know how to like put together any type of a good production value or anything. It was so low effort. You wouldn't have kept an audience even if you genuinely would have attracted one. But the type of audience you attracted, I met them in your Discord server. They were all literal maps who liked your message and decided to become part of your community. Like you were fostering a community of maps. That's just how it is, Jared.
But here I am, and now they're they're steaming mad, bro. They're steaming mad because I refuse to go back on YouTube, and because I can see through their silly shit. You know, they're on DeviantArt pretending to be girls. It's just fucking hilarious, dude. Like, just how petty these people are. But you really just gotta laugh them off, guys.
See, when he says the pretending to be girls thing, what he means is he's getting catfished and he falls for it every time. And then he's like, oh, well, yeah, I know they said they were a 14-year-old girl and I sent them a dick pic, but I knew they were faking and I sent it to them to troll them. It's like, well, by that logic, when you do that to everyone, you're going to be wrong at least once, and that means you did send your dick pic. Like, even if that's true, which I don't think is true. I don't think he knew and he did it to troll them. That's his excuse. I think he just does that. Like, he literally does that. He gets into a DM with a girl, and when they say he doesn't really care what age they say they are, and he, without asking and without being asked, sends them naughty pictures, and then he tries to play it off with like, oh yeah, I just sent it to them to troll them because I knew they were trying to catfish me. Well, it's like, you can't be right 100% of the time, and that means you have at least a few times sent your pictures to underage people.
Guys, listen to me.
It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Can't play their game. Okay, they want you to get sucked into their little spider web. You know what I mean? They want to. It's just crabs in a bucket, homie. That's all it is. You know, the story about when you put two crabs in a bucket. If one tries to escape, the other one will just try to bring it down, dude. And that's all they're trying to do, man. They just can't handle the fact that they're basic, bro. Like, they can't handle it. And you know, if they were,
what's not basic about you? It's basic to live as if you're still a child in your parents' house. That's basic. Like, some people have to live with their parents, and that's respectable. That's fine, but they contribute to their household when they're an adult. They help clean. They definitely shower and clean their own room, at least. But they help out around the house, or they help pay the bills because they get a job. It's, and also, like, I don't have a problem with people who hang shit on their walls, because I used to do that too. I was a kid when I did it. I haven't done it really as an adult, like magazine clippings and shit, but it doesn't look good when you do it. Like, at least make a collage where everything touches and there's no space. It looks really dumb. I'm sorry. It's ridiculously not cool.
To apply themselves, they could move past that. They could evolve. It's just they choose not to, bro. For whatever reason, you know, I guess they just don't believe in themselves. I guess they didn't have a good role model growing up. These people, they're stuck, and the only way they can cope with being stuck is just by attacking other people, and it's just fucking sad. Like, you don't need to prove yourself to people like this, bro. Just, like, real shit.
It's punk rock, meatball. Punk rock is not living at home with your mom and dad. And this is extreme, but this goes back to like the history of like street punks and shit. If you were punk, you moved out of your mom and dad's house and you squatted somewhere. You know, you'd live in a broom closet for like $50 a month somewhere, or, you know, punk rock isn't like having your mom and dad, you know, front the bill for everything for you. It's just not.
They're just fucking weak. Like, they're weak-minded individuals, and you need to just stay away from them. They got bad energy, bro. In order to evolve as a human being, you have to surround yourself with other positive human beings. And I've learned this in life too, man. You know, you can't stay in the negative. Otherwise, you'll go back.
Homelessness was punk rock at one point. It really was. Especially in places like San Francisco in the 80s and 90s, there were squatter punks. There were all kinds of, like, it's unbelievable. you know? Even like in like the late 2000s in Albuquerque, I was in a band and we used to practice. We rented a room at this practice space. It was called the Bleeding Eardrum, and it was a practice space that had several different rooms that bands would practice in, so you could play really loud, and it was in commercial zoning, so it didn't matter if you were really loud at night. Since it wasn't residential, no one would call the cops if you were loud. And people lived in there too. People would like live in the fucking rooms that their band practiced in too. So
like to be a basic too. So big shout outs to Terry Joel Jr. You know what I'm saying? The guy, he's a fucking boss. You know, he may not have crazy numbers on YouTube, but you can tell he's successful. From the jewelry he wears, you know, just from his clothes, you can tell the dude's doing well in life. He's not a gimmick, man. There's people on their grind who are on YouTube who don't even have, 50,000 subs. These are people who are, he calls on the down low. You know what I'm saying? People that are the quote-unquote the chosen ones. And a chosen one is basically someone who's just on their grind, who doesn't let nothing stop them, and who hasn't sold out. That's the big thing, a chosen one is someone who just never sold out to this world, bro. Because this world sucks. And
do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I am saying? Hold on, though, but do you really know what I'm saying?
This world is just full of lies. And, Jesus even made that quite clear, bro. Like, he said that in order to follow me, you have to turn against the world. And shout outs to Terry. I know he's a Christian. I know he loves God.
I mean, that may have been true at one point, but such is not the case now. There was a time where being a Christian was very risky, and you could have been even, like jailed or put to death for it. But that was, thousands of years ago now. So no, like, not everything that was written in the Bible 2,000 years ago is still true. Sorry.
That's great. And I use the Bible as my main compass. I'm trying to read more of it, homie. You know what I mean? I want to read it all, not just the New Testament. I feel empowered when I read the Bible. I know that the Bible is a weapon. And
it can be. It's a thick book. Get like a big leather-bound version of it. Man, it could be used as a weapon.
Bro, I got to stay empowered. And I know that'll make me stronger. That'll make my sword sharper and my shield stronger against these haters.
Keep your sword in its sheath.
And guys, listen, these haters, they will do literally everything they can to trigger you, to get that reaction. They're literally starving for it. As Narc Poacher calls them, they're literal energy vampires. They need a reaction. Like, it's crazy, bro. Like, they really are vampires. They need your reaction to survive, your negative reactions. They need all that stuff. That's their food. So when you turn them off, guess what happens? I'm telling you, bro, they starve. And I can tell my haters are starving right now. And I know I'm going to have to deal with them a little bit longer, and that's fine. Like I said in another video, maybe that's just karma for my past mistakes, and I can live with that. But I know my haters are starving now because I chose to just take the high road, and I chose to just ignore them and move on. And they didn't think I would do that. They thought that when I came back...
You literally don't ignore them. You mention them all the time. You mention them in every video. It doesn't matter if you don't say their name, which you have. You've said my name multiple times. But either way... you don't ignore them. You literally say, you are so dumb. You don't even realize what you're doing. You do exactly the opposite of what you say you're doing. Okay?
Start getting triggered again, but nah, man. You know what I mean? I know better than that. I know better, and I'm not going to put myself on their level. So, guys, for those of you who support me,
you can't put yourself on my level. My level is unattainable to you.
I understand that my content isn't the best right now.
This is literally what it's always been. You act like just now there's a decline in quality, but this is how it's been. Actually, maybe it's a little worse now than before, but it's still, there's not a huge change. It's always been shit like this. Literally.
And I understand that, hey, I understand that I could be doing better. But if you just have faith in me and, bear with me, bro, like, I believe I will get back to the top. I had 2,000 subs at one point, dude. I know that
you'd still have 2,000 subs, but you played porn on YouTube trying to get someone else's channel banned. You're an idiot.
May not seem like a lot to some of you, but to me that was pretty baller. Like, I felt pretty baller with that shit. I know I can get there again. And one day, bro, when trolling is not as big of a problem on YouTube,
it'll always be a big problem. What are you talking about? I get trolled. If I was like, oh no, I get trolled, I'm done. If that was the case, I would have quit forever ago. I've been getting trolled for almost 10 years now. So I don't know what your problem is. Like, so you're basically setting a standard where you'll never have to do better videos. You're already making an excuse. You're like, once I stop getting trolled, I'll start trying harder. Well, you know what? You should just quit then. There's no point. Like, if you're never going to put any effort into it unless you stop getting trolled, Jared, you're in this box where most of your viewers are going to be trolls. And you have to make the choice of either accepting that and streaming and finding a way to make the best of it, or quitting. Because it's not going to go away. You made a video saying you would date an 8-year-old. The video's out there. It's been shared. It's not going away. It's going to be there forever. You said it. Like, if someone else said it about you and they didn't have any evidence and all it was them saying it and there was no video of you admitting it, then you'd have like some plausible deniability.
I will probably go back, but it just won't be for a very long time. So those of you who wish I would go back, one day I will, dude. One day I will.
Ha! He is. I knew he'd come back to YouTube eventually. I knew it. He's building to it. I knew it, man. He's so predictable. He is like Brett Keane in many ways, only Brett Keane is more successful. Think about that statement. Brett Keane is more successful. Brett Keane is more successful. Brett Keane is more successful. Brett Keane is more successful than Jared. Brett Keane is more successful than Jared. Think about that for a moment. You know, from the beginning of this stream up until like the first 45 minutes of it, I kept checking and I noticed the stream was still monetized, which means it was running ads during the stream, which is crazy. And I was trying really hard to like be careful with my language to keep it there, but then it went away. I think it's because Jared said some swear words. It's so sensitive that like the mention, like any swear words or any words on their weird list that you say, that green $sign turns into a yellow one, and then you don't run ads on your video until it gets disputed. It's crazy.
Really though, fuck YouTube. I mean, I hope that something else better comes along.
It's not going to happen. I mean, it may happen someday, but probably not even within our lifetimes. Google is the internet in many respects, and they own YouTube, so they're going to make sure that YouTube is number one. And we even had Microsoft come out with Mixer, which was more like Twitch than YouTube, but it was still, that shut down after like 2 years, and then Amazon has Twitch. Neither of them compete with YouTube. They're kind of their own thing on their own. I have not seen anyone else set up like a YouTube style site with unlimited VODs, unlimited uploads for free, upload whatever you want, unlimited uploads, no cap. There's nothing else like that. And anyone who tried that, if they didn't start getting at least a fraction of YouTube's user base, it would not go well. People would lose a ton of money on it because it is very expensive to keep YouTube running. I have to wonder, like, what is the total memory usage of every video on YouTube? Obviously, there's constantly more and more and more and more and more.
I know I call
video.
myself a menace, but Jared is beyond menace.
He is. He is. But yeah, I'd like to know the estimated memory size of all the videos on YouTube. Videos get deleted every day, but way more of them get uploaded every day. I know it's growing exponentially every day, but I'm just wondering, like, if there's like an idea of like what the total memory of all the data on YouTube is, like, what's the size of that?
So I don't even have to do that, but just have faith, guys. You know what I'm saying? Just have faith. Keep doing your thing, homie. Keep grinding. And I want you guys to know I believe in all of you, and just never stop dreaming, dude.
You don't believe in me.
Don't settle for being average. That's not what you were put on earth for. Let haters be average. Let them.
I like how Jared considers what he is. I mean, like, you're below average. Average is only a bad thing when you're above average and you choose to step down to average. When you're below average, average isn't a bad thing. Average is something to aspire to be. And you are below it in every conceivable way.
Stay mediocre with their miserable lives. You don't need to walk their same path. So anyways, guys, that's what I got. Thanks so much for watching, and God bless. Cheers.
Oh, no. Everyone give the stream a like. I'm going to bring myself up on full screen for a moment here, and we're just going to sit and chill, and I'll play some more video content in just a few moments. I would like you to please like the video. Everyone do it. I see all of you there. There should be more likes, at least 20 more likes. The other day, actually more like it was like a month ago, I went to a baseball game, and I used to hate baseball when I was younger, and now I have this weird appreciation for it because it's so chill, and you just kind of hang out and you watch the game, but you also kind of just socialize and have drinks and eat food, which by the way, the Seattle baseball stadium has some of the best food of any baseball stadium I've ever been to. I'm talking sushi. I'm talking like crab, all sorts of seafood.
Donate, you cowards.
Yes. Yeah. If you can help, please. We're so close to the goal. And then I'm adding an hour. And then I'm going to set the next goal way lower. I'm going to set it at $75. And then I'll add another hour after that. And then the goal will get smaller and smaller and smaller. And then eventually when the goal is like $10-20, I have to like be like, all right, that's it. Like, because I can't make it into pennies for hours, you know. I'm going to a hockey game in NYC in January. In theory, well, I don't know how expensive the hockey tickets are in New York. There's two teams in New York, I think. There's like the Rangers and I think the Islanders. I don't know how expensive they are. We just got a hockey team here in Seattle, and hockey tickets are insanely expensive here. They just built a new arena for it and everything. Everything is really expensive. And the arena was built by Amazon. The arena is owned by Amazon, so that's another interesting thing about it. Oh, you know what? Yeah, like the nosebleeders, yes. Yeah, you could probably get them for $70, something like that, when you're sitting like up really high. Hockey, like football, like American football, is cool to watch when you're way up high. But hockey, for me, I got to be closer. Plus, I'm old, but I got to see the puck. And when you're up really high, the puck is this little black dot. Like the higher you are, the harder it is to see. And then you don't know what the fuck is going on. You know? Yeah, I figured just like New York is very... I've been to New York City a couple times. And things there are expensive. Here things are very expensive too. It's like the coastal areas of most of the U.S. are kind of expensive, so... $600 for nosebleeds in Vegas. Yeah, at the Raider games. Yeah, the Raiders were my favorite team when I was a kid, when they were in Los Angeles and then in Oakland. Cleveland was pretty cheap. Yeah, Cleveland is cheap. You're not in the coastal area. Well, you're on what we call the North Coast in Cleveland. You're on Lake Erie, which is a huge lake. It looks like the ocean if you stand on the shore of it. You can see, you can't see the other side, which is Canada. But, yeah, everything in that area is going to be cheaper. Everything. Food, gas, lodging, everything. The center of the U.S. is there's more space, and things are cheaper. It's the coastal areas where there's less space, land is way more expensive, and everything is more expensive. Just everything. Yeah, I didn't know the Rangers were among the most expensive. I don't think they've been good for a very long time. But I can see it. The team here is called the Kraken, and their shit is expensive for a team that has a losing record, and they're like one of the worst teams, but they're new, you know? They just had their first season. But I will say, live ice hockey is a lot of fun. I almost preferred the minor leagues because shit would get rowdy all the time. Like the players in the NHL, they've got all this money and stuff that they're worried about, and like endorsement deals and stuff. They're not going to do something really dirty. But these minor league players, they're making like, you know, $40,000, $50,000 a year. They're not making big money. You'll see some crazy stuff go on. Hockey it's very fast-paced live. It's one of the most fast-paced team sports. And the guys are, you know, they're on skates, but they can skate better than most people can walk. And they're very graceful about it, but also brutal about it. And they get slammed into the boards really loud. And it's one of the few like team sports where people can just like punch each other and no one really gets in trouble. You just kind of sit in a box for a little while. Yeah. Yeah, you should go to one for sure. You should go to an NHL game. Absolutely. I went when I was living in Columbus, Ohio. The team there is called the Blue Jackets, and they were playing the Detroit Red Wings. And me and my friend went, and he was a Red Wings fan, and I was a I wore my Blue Jackets jersey, and he wore his Red Wings jersey. And he told me with all certainty the Red Wings are going to win, and there wouldn't be any fights, but the Red Wings would win. And he was totally wrong. There was the Blue Jackets won. They won by like 2 goals, but there were tons of fights, which like they're not rival teams. They wouldn't normally fight, but I think they just got mad at each other. So it's really unfortunate. The Columbus goalie, Columbus had a goalie that was really good. He was a really young guy from Latvia, and he was killed in a fireworks accident a couple years ago. He got hit by a firework at a 4th of July party that he was just there at. He wasn't American. He was like a 20-year-old Latvian guy. If you look that, you guys could look that up on your own. You can just Google Blue Jackets goalie dies, and you'll find an article on it. It's crazy. I could make a Jared video. Hey, I just want to make a video about a guy I knew that died. Well, I didn't really know him, but I watched him play a couple times live. Well, I didn't actually watch him play live. I watched him play on TV. Yeah, I knew him though, and he died. He got killed by a firework. Like, okay. That's basically what Jared did. Not too far off. All right, we're going back into this now. Yeah, that was his name. That was his name. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that name. Seattle Thunderbirds? Yeah, that was I almost went there, but they're too far away. They're not even in Seattle. They're further away from Seattle than I live. They should be like what is it, like the Tukwila Thunderbirds or something? They're like south of Seattle, like pretty far south. And I thought about going there, but then I was like, oh, we'll just have an NHL team here soon. So I'll just go to that. In Kent, okay. I like minor league baseball too, and I've thought about going to see the Rainiers play too. Never happened. I've never made it, it's hard to make it down there. Man. Well, we've got some more content to play. I want to thank everyone that's helped me so far tonight get to the goal. I mean, we're really close to it. We've got like an hour and a half to make tonight's goal to add another hour to the stream. By the way, $5 TTS is on. Also, this coming Sunday, I will be doing my Patreon private show, which you guys should do. Just sign up. I like to keep the private streams from this channel a little different than the DP ones, and they're a little more out there, and and it's more laid back too. Some gaming here and there, but a lot of content. You can sign up. It's $5 at my Patreon. It's separate from the DP one if you want to sign up. I should put my old masks up for grabs on Patreon again. When I first started my Patreon, I gave away a few masks, like some of my original ones. And I've always kind of I have a few left. I've always kind of toyed around with the idea of maybe getting more of those. I think that'd be pretty cool. All right. What is this? Oh, this guy. What is this guy's name again? There's this guy that was recently brought to my attention, but I think he's been around a long time. He's like one of those guys that should just shut up and not say things, but he says things and it's hilarious. But he should probably just not talk on the internet. His name's James Robert Clark III. And here's a video. Let's see what this is.
So I wanted to say this very quickly to the adorable nurse that did such a good job taking care of me in the short time that she had me under her care. Look, I understand that you didn't contact me for whatever reason, okay? Probably due to the nature of what's on YouTube, probably due to the nature of what's on the internet.
Hold on, I need to read, because I was reading the chat for a second. One more time. What does he say?
So I wanted to say this very quickly to the adorable nurse that did such a good job taking care of me in the short time that she had me under her care.
So there's an adorable nurse that he met while he was under the care of a nurse. I don't know what his condition was.
Look, I understand that you didn't contact me for whatever reason.
I think, okay. So he was, I think, hospitalized or something. He was taking care of a nurse. And I think maybe he slipped her his digits or whatever. And now he's trying to be like, listen, I know you probably didn't contact me because you read bad things about me on the internet, which probably isn't even the case. She probably just wasn't attracted to you. And also it's unprofessional when you're in the medical field to pursue a relationship with one of your patients. It's unethical, to say the least. So,
okay. Probably due to the nature of what's on YouTube, probably due to the nature of what's on the internet. I did want to let you know, I really appreciated the care that you gave me when I was under your care. It meant a lot to me, the conversation that you had with me.
The conversation?
It meant a lot to me that I met somebody that actually shared similar views to me.
Was it the stop looking at me like that conversation?
And not even just shared views, but similar interests, just the interests. We probably don't necessarily agree on everything, but we did share very similar interests, particularly in regards to lifestyle medicine and orthomolecular medicine.
Okay, cool. Or maybe she was just like, yeah, sure, whatever, buddy. Like I saw Trumpster Bob's ass with a nurse last month or a couple weeks ago, and she was really nice and friendly to him. That didn't mean she wanted to go out with him. Her job is to be nice and to take care of people and to be kind and helpful and caring and healing to them.
Look, you're not getting a hold of me. I kind of figured that out. It's been a month. The only reason I'm making this video...
Hold on. You're hung up on this for a month? Like you gave a woman your contact info and she never contacted you and you're still like butthurt? Like I would have been like, after a week, been like, oh, I guess it's not happening. I would have just been like, oh, I guess that is not happening.
Because I figured I'm on a roll tonight. Why not keep making videos? And also, they unfortunately contacted somewhere about, So, yeah, sorry about that. I didn't expect these idiots to actually go and contact a freaking hospital. But apparently they did.
What?
Anyway, just know if you ever want to talk to me, I'm always available to talk to. Clearly, I'm not going anywhere quick because, the stuff on the internet is kind of like chick repellent. Keeps the chicks away.
It's the internet that's keeping them away?
Know that if you do ever decide to talk to me, my ex-girlfriend and a number of other... I have a lot of friends. The predominant amount of my friends are women, believe it or not. My real-life friends do tend to be women. And they can vouch for me that I'm not some kind of weird creep, okay? I'm really not. That's the bottom line. The online personality that has been forged by these people is not an accurate depiction of who I am and what I'm about.
Okay.
And I think you know that. You talked to me. Obviously, if you talk to me more, you'd understand more about who I am, but I'm not a nasty person.
You shouldn't, if you work with someone, I think maybe it's a little more, especially if they're at your same level at work, it's a little more acceptable to pursue dating with someone like that. But when you're like the customer and someone is doing their job, it's not a level playing field because they have to put on a work personality and you're just being yourself. So it's not as acceptable, especially in a medical setting, for you to pursue a relationship with someone who you're under their care. It's not a level playing field.
I'm not a bad person. I'm who I am. You're who you are.
Oh, he was a patient for suicide? Oh, my God.
I thought it would be really cool to get to know you. But for whatever reason, you decided that was not feasible. And I don't blame you, to be quite honest. I don't blame you. I'm sure that, your schooling was quite a hassle. And I'm sure you don't want to ruin your career over some dude that you had as a patient for one night. You know what I mean? But I do also know that you did share the same interests as me. And, that was really cool. And I want to thank you for that. And I want to tell
She's
you to
not
take
watching.
care of yourself. I hope you did enjoy the gift card I got you. I
Oh
hope
my
you
God.
did get yourself something really nice. And that's all. I think you're a really sweet girl. I think that you went out of your way to make me feel comfortable. And it really meant a lot to me. What meant a lot to me is actually just meeting somebody that was actually genuinely interesting and was genuinely interested in what I had to say. That was really cool. It was a really cool thing. And, I'm on a roll. That's why I made this video. Talk to you. Well, I won't talk to you unless you want to talk to me, but I don't think that's a possibility at this point. So you probably should see this video sometime in the morning. So good morning.
Or she won't see it. See, this is the first video that I saw of this guy. For those of you who didn't watch the last DP, check this out.
So, let me get into this a little bit more. So, I'm being harassed over being a, quote, pedophile, okay? Now, number one, I'm not a pedophile. Number two, I have to keep saying this over and over again. I've followed people on Instagram. Ooh.
You don't have to keep saying it, by the way. You can just be like, no, I'm not. And then when people ask you, be like, I've already addressed this. I'm not.
Ooh, I liked photos of young girls on Instagram. Ooh, and I've explained this a million times. Okay, so the reason I liked some photos of young girls on Instagram is because they followed me and I followed them back. I did not know if the young girls were the owners of those accounts, number one. Okay, that was just my protocol on Instagram. I never really paid much attention on Instagram because I don't really care about Instagram. I'm not very self-centered. I don't post a lot of photos of myself or anything like that. I was on Instagram to communicate with people I was friends with on Facebook. Okay, a lot of my scientist friends and stuff, some of us followed each other on Instagram as a alternative means after we would get banned from Facebook. Me following girls on Instagram or liking photos of girls on Instagram doesn't prove anything except I was liking people's photos that followed me. The one was clearly a troll or something of that nature. And if people would notice this, I've never said anything to anyone.
He has scientist friends, okay? He's been checking with his scientist friends. They say you guys are wrong. He's totally normal. You guys are the messed up sickos, okay?
One underage.
He's got
I've never
scientist
propositioned to anyone that's been underage. I haven't propositioned to minors since I was a minor.
I love this
and even
part.
Then, since I was a young minor, because I was sleeping with girls that were in their 20s and 30s when I was like 16.
Well, 20s and 30s? Okay. There's a problem there. And 30s when you were 16.
Okay, so I haven't propositioned a minor for quite a long time, and it's never been since I've been an adult. I don't go after minors, okay? Now, I did make some inappropriate jokes because they wanted to call me an ebophile. An ebophile is allegedly somebody that is a...
You know, sometimes like not talking says more and better things than when you keep talking. Like there's a lot of times where like not talking is the better option, especially when you're this guy. When you're this guy, not talking is the way better option. He's over explaining and it sounds more suspicious and more like messed up and creepy.
Attracted to girls that are, well, actually not girls, women that are biological adults that are under the legal age of consent. The problem with that is they are biological adults. They are post-pubescent. Okay? I like youthful, vibrant women.
Okay.
I like young women with energy.
So like the funny thing is he could have just been like, "Oh shit, I didn't realize that they were that old. I thought they were older." And then like some people wouldn't accept that, but more people are like, "Oh, okay, you made a mistake." But he's not doing that. He's like, "This is why I did that, cuz I like it. I like biologically mature women.
Don't have wrinkles all over their face and that look like they might have some years left in them because I plan on living a very long time." Okay? And I don't want to be dating a woman that's 35 that looks like my mother.
Okay.
Okay.
Sounds like some mommy issues.
So I do. I go after women that are in their early 20s, their early to mid 20s that look healthy.
You go after them.
Some of them.
That's a great way of explaining it.
Don't even look like
You
they're
go
in their
after
early
them.
20s when they're in their early 20s anymore.
Like Pepe Le Pew.
Okay. But my point is, no, I am not a pedophile. I'm
Is
not
that your
an
point?
ebephile. I have stated that, you know, women that are biological adults, they are post-pubescent. Okay. This is why ebophilia didn't pass the smell test of the Psychiatric Association to be included in the DSM-5, is because it's not a thing. The problem is the age of consent differs very greatly from state to state, from country to country, etc.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's all kinds of laws that differ state to state, country to country.
State that
not just pertaining to this specific subject.
You know, that can be the determining factor.
Pretty sure in Japan it's like 13 or something like that.
And what a mental illness is based on the law is absurd. Okay, that's not really grounds for the basis of a mental illness. Okay, so that's why ebophilia failed. Pedophilia is the attraction to pre-pubescent girls. I have never been attracted to pre-pubescent girls, and I never would be attracted to pre-pubescent girls because I'm not like these freaks that are harassing me and stalking me and encouraging the public to attack me. Okay? So that's the difference between me and these people. They are projecting their own pedophilia.
Of age, alive, and unrelated.
Urges onto me. They have these pedophilic urges. I made a bunch of jokes. I made a joke about a Slavic girl. I made a joke about a number of things. You know, it doesn't really matter. These people can take my jokes out of context all they want. They're the pedophiles. If they weren't the pedophiles, they would not be fabricating nonsense and exaggerating nonsense. They would accept the fact that they're idiots. But they're not, because they're pedophiles. Every one of these people is a pedophile. Look at how giddy Royce got when he thought he could get with my former friend. Look at the giddiness. Look at the weirdness. Okay, he's a creepy bastard, as is Adonis Paul. Okay, they're all a bunch of creepy.
So I know that name. I've watched that. He's like a VTuber. Adonis Paul. Like, I've watched him before.
Creepy bastards calling me a creepy bastard. Okay? Do you understand the difference? I'm not a creepy bastard. They're trying to make me into a creepy bastard. I don't give a damn how the public views me. I never did. I only care how people that I care about view me. And
I only care about the things that I care about. Oh, what a fucking breakthrough, man.
Any of these people. The reason they kept sucking me in was because I cared what my former friend thought about me. I cared about my former friend. I don't care about her anymore. So now they're going to try and attack me with this pedophilia nonsense. Jeremy, the guy from
Jeremy. It's weird. Someone says that the name Jeremy as Jeremy. That's terrible. Jared's name should be Jeremy. We need a change.org petition to change Jared Genesis's name to Jeremy. Jeremy Genesis. You know what? I'm just going to start calling him that. Jeremy Genesis.
He calls himself Static Void. He let me know when they start calling you a pedophile, that's when you're winning.
Jeremy said
and I'm
that.
winning. They, the other day,
are you
winning? A friend of mine and I caught somebody that was clearly sent by Daywave. Guarantee you they were sent by Daywave, and I guarantee you it's probably the same person that slashed my tires was taking pictures of the inside of my vehicle and the outside of my vehicle probably, but they were doing this probably before we got there. Okay, so the thing is, they basically are harassing me, stalking me, vandalizing my property,
attacking my family,
making up stories about me,
taking chili out of my cheese,
making up a false criminal record about me,
assaulting the piss out of me,
forged criminal record,
assaulting the shit out of me,
making up a story that I was banned from Argentina when I wasn't,
calling my daughter a water-headed idiot,
making up a lot of lies about me. Okay? I'm not making up anything about anyone. I'm not lying about anything. I'm not a pedophile. These people are projecting because they're pedophiles. That's the bottom line.
Oh, it's them.
That's
They're the ones.
Story. If you
it is
look at
you
them,
who
for
are
example,
the bollickers.
Look at how creepy, how goddamn creepy Royce is.
I don't know who Royce is, but
look at these people. And then look at me. Okay? It's all complete bullshit is what it is.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? He's an interesting watch. He's going on the list. I think I've seen him around there, around, and this isn't the only video. He's like, I'm not a pedophile. Like he's got a few. He's got a few videos like this where he over explains how he's not one. Just say, no, I'm not. You're a moron. Shut up. Prove it. That's all you need to do. You don't need to be like, well, yeah, I like young, healthy women, and I follow these 12-year-olds on Instagram. See, I don't like the this guy is creepy looking thing because people can't control how they look, and I don't believe that just because someone looks weird, like has weird facial features, that means that they're like a horrible monster. I just don't. I don't like the they look that way. We've gotten in trouble with that kind of talk before, being like, oh, this kind of person looks like a criminal. I just can't do it. I know other people I know are very comfortable with saying that kind of stuff. You're putting a lot more. You're putting too much. You're putting almost like a superhuman power to your own visual judgment of someone. I try not to do that. Phrenology? No, it is not a real science. Are you kidding me? It's called phrenology and it's a real science. It is not a real science. It is a pseudoscience. Come on, buddy. Are you serious? It's not a real science, and it's been dismissed. It's been used as a tool for racism and discrimination in the past. I don't give a fuck about how he looks. I'm caring about what he's saying and how he's saying it and his actions. And I don't even know. Maybe he is just a weird guy and people are getting the wrong vibe off of him. It's fun to watch, though, nonetheless. I'm not going to accuse him of doing anything.
I don't know how people come off of AFPAC 3 and it's like, oh, well, that was 2 months ago. It's like, we had 1,200 people, we had 9 government officials, we made hundreds of thousands of dollars, and a month later, people are like, well, there's some e-drama, so what do you have for me lately? Do you have anything new? That was 2 months ago. now there's e-drama. So, but honestly, that's okay, because at this point in time, what we have going is...
Does Nick have a really big head in proportion to his shoulders? His head looks absolutely massive in proportion to his shoulders. I don't know.
So precarious that it's almost a good thing that it's kind of flying under the radar. It's almost a good thing that some people are saying, like, oh, count those guys out. They're not going to...
Pretty sure Nick is balding, too. Welcome to the club, Nick. Welcome to the club.
Make it. Because I think if people really...
It's very dysgenic of you, though.
Paying close attention, it would honestly alarm people, I think, how much progress we're making, the inroads we're making. I'm not going to spell it out. I'm not going to make the ADL's job easier for them. But it's in some sense, it's almost a blessing in disguise that there's not a microscope on the exact manner in which we're making inroads, and instead people are focusing on these sort of smoke screens and these other things going on, because then they could thwart some things that are going on, and that gives us a chance to give them a rude awakening very soon. So, that's always a delicate game that you play. I'm talking to you. I'm talking to,
your fingers bend back, and it's very strange.
6,000-7,000 of my closest friends and followers, but I'm also talking to the media who hangs on my every word. I'm also talking to the researchers that hang on my every word, and they're on my Twitter account. They're on my...
Does Nick have rabbit teeth? Hold on. Please, please, please. Someone who's good at Photoshop. Can you crop out Nick's head and then put it on a bunny body and put bunny ears and a little bunny nose and whiskers on this? Because he's got the, bunny teeth. I think that would be hilarious. Someone asks, any chance that Destiny or Mr. Girl is coming back on DP? Destiny agreed. I just don't know what we have for him. He usually likes to, I talked to him a month ago and he agreed. I DM'd him one night and he was like, yeah, I'll do it. But I didn't propose anything to him, and I don't know. I just... Usually he likes to debate someone, and I don't really have anyone for him to debate, but maybe I'll come up with something, or it might be weird if he just comes on and does the normal show format. Might be fun, though. I don't know. I'll get back to him. Mr. Girl, I don't know. My audience is very hostile to Mr. Girl. I have a different opinion of him. I feel like he's trying to push buttons intentionally, and his weird brand of poking people where they're uncomfortable, a lot of people take very seriously. So I don't know if it'd be a good idea to bring him back. I don't know. He has a huge fan base, though, which I'm surprised, because the kind of shit he says 5 years ago. Yeah, Billy brings up Mr. Girl anytime he sees something creepy, unprovoked, without him even being mentioned. But yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised. Mr. Girl would not have been able to exist on YouTube 10 years ago. How would Destiny react to the Joe treatment? Destiny would probably react better to the Joe treatment than Mr. Girl did. Mr. Girl seems, that's one thing about Mr. Girl, he seemed a little sensitive about it. When you say the kind of shit that Mr. Girl says, you shouldn't be sensitive about reactions like that. So that was definitely... Mr. Girl kind of didn't handle it as well as he could have. And I could tell he didn't want to leave, because in this weird fictional world of the internet, when you leave, you lose. So Mr. Girl didn't want to be the one who left, but he did end up leaving because Joe is just balls to the wall. Like, Joe will find the weakness in you, and he will stab it and twist and twist and twist and twist. And then when you're like, oh, no more of this, he'll find your other weakness and stab you there and twist it and twist it and twist it. And that's what he does, because he's not an internet personality. He has like a normal life. So he doesn't care if he does something like that. It's like he's immune to this world, which is why it's refreshing to have him on sometimes. And because he's kind of unhinged in some ways. He used to be a lot more unhinged than he is now. He's more responsible because he's responsible for another life now. And he seems like a very good father. Like Joe seems like a devoted father. So, see, I don't know. Like, I'm not convinced. I'm sorry. I'm not convinced Mr. Girl is like a literal sicko. I think you guys are kind of buying into his brand. Like, but that's just my personal opinion. I've seen other people do this kind of provocateur thing before. I think we're all very focused on a few specific things, and he kind of knows what he's doing. But I am a big fan of Destiny. I watch Destiny all the time, like on a daily basis. So, would Mr. Medicare come on the show? I don't know. He retweeted one of my tweets a while back, but it was just me making fun of Ralph, so that might have been part of it. But yeah, Mr. Medicare's great. I like Mr. Medicare.
They're on my ass on everything. But you got to trust the plan. Just remember to trust the plan. Every time when people are like, oh, I don't know how I could trust the plan, they always get proven wrong. Time and time again, like, 2020.
It's weird to be on the other side of this, too, by the way. Like Billy would always be like, no, Onision's cool. No, Martin Shkreli's cool. And then, I'm like, well, I don't know if Mr. Girl's cool, but I think Mr. Girl is, like, trying to do something provocative, and everyone's, like, either they're performatively, like, playing into his shtick, or they're just being fooled by a guy who has a record, if you look back for, like, 15 years now, of doing this kind of stuff and pissing people off and getting attention for it. Like, Mr. Girl got in trouble in college for saying messed up stuff. He got in trouble, like, for his newsletter. He has this history of saying messed up stuff to get attention that should not. So maybe even his, like, I'm mad, I'm leaving thing was performative in some ways. It seems that way to me.
When stuff was going down in 2020, how could we possibly trust the plan? I said, trust the plan. We had one of our biggest years ever. January 6th, everybody said, okay, Nick, you're banned on DLive. Put on the no-fly list. You're under investigation by the feds. Patrick Casey just bailed out. What could possibly be the plan? Boom, Half Pack 2, Paul Gosar, keynote speaker.
The plan for Nick Fuentes, he's totally delusional, is that he's going to get enough America First people into the U.S. government to do some kind of America First takeover of the federal government. That's what he's trying to do. What he should do is find the state full of the dumbest people and take that over. Like, go to Alabama. I'm sorry if you live in Alabama. I'm not saying you're dumb. I'm saying, like, some of the dumbest states are down there. Go there and make it AFPAC land, and Nick Fuentes becomes the governor. I don't know, like that kind of stuff. But you know what? There's a lot of black people in the South, so it's funny because, like, there are these southern states. There's a lot of black people that live there, but those would be the only states that would, like, Nick Fuentes could get his kind of people elected. Well, I guess maybe like Montana. You know what? They might do like Montana or Idaho, and there's a lot of white people that live there. Huh? I'm rethinking this now.
Okay, Nick. You're on the no-fly list now. It's brutal. You have to drive everywhere. This and that just happened. what could pop? Boom.
Nope. He can't do Utah. Utah is Mormon, and Mormons do not like Donald Trump. Mormons are Republicans, but they do not like Donald Trump. They do not like Nazis. They don't like that kind of stuff. There is racism in their religion, but it's different. It's not like, let's hate on all these people. I don't know. I don't think Utah. Well, also Nick's Catholic, and Mormons don't really like Catholics either. So no, probably not Utah.
Boom, cozy.tv. And it's like, trust the plan. Trust the plan. America first remains inevitable. We're on our
inevitably to fail. Inevitably for you to get usurped. You're not like the king of your own movement. Like, they can fire you, and someone else can become the new baby Hitler.
Oh.
Gay baby Hitler.
Track. The plan is destined for completion regardless of...
I notice now that Nick has become even more of a lolcow. We were kind of the originators of that. We started it like 3 years ago. Now that he is like hardly anyone takes him seriously anymore, I'm noticing a lot less Nick simps coming around and like spamming their bullshit. Because they're on shaky ground. It was the same like back in the day on the old days of DP, we would make fun of Onision, and that almost ensured that a bunch of teenage girls would like troll our chat and our comment section. And then as Onision started to like get more and more hated, that stopped happening.
These can I turn this off? Okay. So anyway, I think that's all I got for you tonight. Remember, no super chats. I'll be doing super chats again on Monday. Now I'm just doing this show for free. So you're welcome, by the way. You're welcome. That I'm on the road. I'm exhausted from travel. It's the balls on people to say.
Yeah, thanks for the super chat. I appreciate it. If you want to help us meet our goal, use Streamlabs. Super chats are good too, but they don't help the goal. They don't move the goal bar. Let's see how far away we are from... We are like an hour and 20 minutes away from the 2.5 hour mark. We are 76% of the way there. If you guys can help us out, it would be much appreciated. This supports everything I do, and honestly, like, shit is rough out here now. The cost of housing has gone up. My rent went up $200 a month. The cost of, and I know you guys are probably feeling it too. The cost of everything has gone up. It's pretty insane. So I love doing these shows. I don't care if I'm like living the absolute good life as long as I can get by, which is fine. But doing this helps me kind of pay the people who I pay as part of this and keep everything running. So, and liking is also free. That's another good thing. I'm going to show you guys something else that's pretty good. The Brave browser. This is the Brave browser. If you're using Chrome, you should stop. You should stop using the Brave browser fucking immediately. And I love there's going to be an infinite regression. I'm going to do this now because the next one of me in the background will be doing this. Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. All the way to the back. All the way to the back. To infinity and beyond. To infinity and beyond. All right. So, Brave browser is an amazing thing. Not only can you do an infinite regression forever, but it blocks ads. It blocks all sorts of stuff automatically. And it runs ads that helped remonetize YouTube. And what I mean is I'm a verified creator through the Brave browser. And just by using the browser, you generate crypto every time you use it. Like, as you can see, I have, almost a little over 3/4 of one token built up here, and that will add to my balance, and then I can send a tip to one of my favorite creators. So I would ask that you guys would download the Brave browser. The link is in the description, at least just when you're watching my content. Or make it your... I see people saying, I always donate my bats to DP. They all go to the same place, whether you do it here or DP. But if you have some bats, you can just send it, like, you just click on the triangle up at the top. And as you can see, I'm a verified creator, and you can send me your tips that way. Yeah, the ad block is great. It does things automatically that you would normally need to download plugins for on Chrome. But it's a Chromium-based browser, so it works very similar to Chrome. And it's a huge thing. Like, a lot of you people out there who are like, hey, I watch all the streams. I just don't have the $5. I don't have the Patreon money, but I do enjoy it and I want to support you. This is how to do it. Use this browser. And then when you use the browser, these little pop-ups, they're hardly noticeable. They're in the lower right-hand corner of your screen. You just close them when they come up. And that will generate crypto. And then you'll get an allowance once a month. And when it comes up, you just send it to me this way by sending a tip. And I'm verified, so it goes directly to me. And it adds up. It really does add up. A lot. Right now, the crypto market is down, but this is the time to kind of build it up. And if you're an investor, like, buy the dip, too. Oh, and another thing, the Brave browser is also available on mobile, so if you're on a device that's not a PC or a Mac, you can download it that way. And one of the best things that it does is it allows you to lock your screen and keep audio playing in the background. YouTube Premium costs money to do that. But you don't have to, with the Brave browser, it basically gives you that benefit. It'll block ads and allow you to lock your screen and still play audio without having to buy YouTube Premium. And that's what you pay YouTube Premium for. So then you can quit YouTube Premium, and that $10 a month you can just send to me instead, because I saved you money. See how that works? Pretty funny, huh? Anyway, thanks for listening to my spiel.
Say like I'm a grifter, and I do shows like this for free. Unreal.
Spec, you've not gotten it to do that. I've been doing it on every phone I've ever had. There's a setting you have to change in the settings of the browser to keep the background audio live, but it definitely does work. I wonder if I can do it really quick. Let's see. Brave. I also use Brave to, like, because the YouTube Studio app doesn't do everything. Like, it doesn't let you, like, dispute things and that kind of shit. So I use the Brave browser to do that stuff. Let's see. YouTube.com. So, all right, here's me. Watching myself. So my screen is locked now. See? So my screen is locked now. See? See? So my screen is locked now. See? And I'm going to unlock it. And now I'm back. And I'm going to unlock it. Anyway. All right. Now I have to stop. Yeah. Yeah, it works great. It's great. That's like a feature YouTube is charging you to have that you should be able to have anyway. So download the Brave browser. It blocks ads. It does all that cool stuff. I don't care. Like, yeah, I make ad revenue on YouTube, but if you would download the Brave browser app and make bats instead of me getting the ad revenue, I'm fine with you blocking ads. Give me those bats. Last year they went up to $2.
Yeah, so no super chats tonight, but I'll be back doing super chats Monday.
I'll be right back.
I'll be back in studio Monday. I'll be here for a little bit. But yeah, I think that's all I got for you tonight. I'll just check the live chat. Maybe I'll just read some stuff off the live chat real quick. Because it hasn't quite been an hour. So let me take a look. What a deal. Yeah, it is a big deal. It is. It's a big value deal for you guys. Thanks, Nick. You're welcome. We love you. Hey, love you too. All right, it's moving too fast. I can't really read it. Hey, UX in chat. Hey, friend. What's going on, King? Wooza. What's up, Wooza? I saw Wooza's correspondence with Odyssey. That was kind of funny. Dalton. Yo, Dalton Clodtoid. Clodhead. Clod. Dalton Clodfelter. What a name on that guy. What a name. Imagine you're like some kind of service worker checking him in for something. Can I take a name for your reservation? Dalton Clodfelter. It's like, what? Nigga, what? What are you, a cartoon? What are you, a TV character? It's a cool name, but it's a little all over the place, not gonna lie. Veda in chat. Yo. What's up, girl? What's up, princess? Yo, Trav in chat? Lay Trav, my man. They got to get this guy back on Countercurrents. Countercurrents, more like Counter Signal. They got to get Trav back on Countercurrents and not trash America first. Dalton Clodfelter. Could you imagine this nigga in kindergarten? Could you imagine?
Oh my God.
Like,
came back at the right time. Actually, guys, I had an unfortunate spill that I am now taken care of. Oh my God. Oh my God. I had like a really bad spill of a beverage that I was drinking. Oh, God. And I was like, I usually keep paper towels in here to deal with that kind of stuff, but I was short-sighted today. Yeah. Party foul. Jesus fucking Christ. It goes everywhere. I am going to come right back. I'm going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere, please. I just need to do a quick cleanup. Just play this song here.
Duval County, 904 in this bitch, huh? Put your hands up. Yeah, you feel that bass? Turn it up. It's that dirty South punk rock. Dirty South. Dirty South, yeah. Throw it up. Where you from, nigga? Where you from? Duval. You could get caught in the club. What? Go with your hood, throw it up in the club. Hey. Or you could get stopped in the club for a dub and I stop. Shawty, we don't give a fuck, yeah. But you don't want no problem. You don't want no problem. When I reach for the herb, nigga, what's the word? Bitch, nigga better recognize real G's down the ride. Dirty South, I'ma rep it
And
till
I
I
ain't even
die.
gotta tell her what my name is. I just walk right in like I'm famous. Get out the way, bitch. I'm heading straight to the VIP where I'ma drink everything for free. Damn right. You can get caught in the club. Roll with your hood, throw it up in the club. Or you can get stomped in the club for a dog that I stole.
Shawty, we don't give a fuck, yeah.
But you don't want no problem. You don't want no problem. You don't want no problems with me. Oh, we baby 50 deep.
When I say whole wheat, y'all say bread. Whole wheat, bread. Whole wheat, bread. When I say whole wheat, y'all say bread. Whole wheat, bread. Whole wheat.
Y'all motherfuckers don't want no problems, nigga. Oh, we bread, bitch, Southside, do all kind of. It's that dirty South punk rock shit. Y'all gonna have to try extra hard to get up in this punk shit now, nigga. Y'all niggas don't want no problems, nigga. Shut up. Back the fuck up.
All right. Oh, God. All right, we're back. Woo. Holy shit. Well, well, at least we're out of the danger zone. That's all I have to say. We're back. Dude, people on YouTube have such short attention spans. I'll even play a song for a couple minutes and they can't. Zero patience. Anyway, back to Nick.
I don't know how people come off of AFPAC funny. But yeah, it's unbelievable. The assistant comes and he's there when I buy the car, and of course he picks up the phone. Oh, Nick just bought a car, and then this gets around. It's like, oh, well, I want more money, and and they're literally counting my fucking money, and then they're gonna say I'm like the penny pincher. Really, you're counting my money? That kind of stuff is so inappropriate, in my opinion. I would never do that. If I were ever an employee, I would never count people's money because I'm just not that way.
He doesn't like his money being counted.
To me, as an Italian, that is like so like gauche. Is that the right word? It's so uncouth to be counting money. You know, ethnics are very prideful about that. Ethnics are very prideful about counting money. There's a lot of pride about that. And so
he called them
I
ethnics.
Would never. I
Ethnics
would be
do this.
mortified if I was counting somebody else's money like that. So, and then of course when people go and talk about it, then you're forced into a position where it's like now in order to defend myself, I have to reveal my legal situation, my financial situation. I'm not going to do that. But I just wanted to retell that little story because that kept coming up. The car. Yeah, when you're on a no-fly list, a car is kind of a necessity.
So what he's doing here is he's crying about
$47,000.
He's crying about like his financials kind of being out there. You know, there was a massive leak on him. Oh, holy shit. Everyone liked the stream. God, I did my whole spiel about the Brave browser. And then I fucking spilled my shit everywhere. And then I'm like, oh God, how bad is this? And I'm like, oh shit, it's really bad. And I just got up and ran out of the room. Whew. You know, I'm old, guys. I'm old. And that was a lot of physical exertion for me. No, actually, I'm not. I mean, I'm old, but I do a good amount of physical activity. So, all right. Whew. Holy shit. Sorry, I'm just kind of recovering from that. That was like DEFCON 4 right there. That was something. Thank you. I appreciate it. Please help me meet my goal tonight if you can. I'll stream for another hour. Oh my God. Oh God. You know, and part of the problem is like I really don't want to buy a new like headphone splitter jack or a new mixer, which by the way I'm going to check under really quick. Okay. Yeah, I was worried about the mixer that I use that I have all my mics plugged into. Like shorting out and killing everything here. Yeah, guys, you can come back. You can come back now. You can return to me.
For the record. Not that that makes a huge
Nick
difference.
is anti-capitalism as long like Nick's anti like a lot of people approach Nick like he's this normal conservative, but he's not. He's against everything that's against his views and for everything that's for his views, even to like the point of like he's cool with crime as long as it's against the people he doesn't like. So, like, he's to that point. Like, yeah, crime is based when it's on my side.
Or anything, but I don't even get the details right. So, anyway. Let's see what else we got in the live chat. It's a respect thing. Yeah, and it's just that whole thing was just totally inappropriate.
They're going to count your money. What, he said he was paying for a car?
It's just not cool. You know, you think you're like friends with people and then they're like counting your money and they're like, you know, it's daggers out. When you're in the center, when you're in the nucleus, it's daggers out. The dagger of Damocles. Never forget. Always
the
hanging
sword
over
of
your head.
Damocles is hanging over
You should
my
wish
head.
it's good to be number 2 or number 3. It's good to be in the lower tier because when you're in the center, it is knives out. Everybody's watching your every move, your every word. And I guess I should have expected that. Now I know. But they're watching your dollars and cents. They're watching everything. And you think they're your friends. They think they got you, you know, that they have your back. But they don't see you that way. They see you as the man. So, knives out. That's how it is. Nick should get $1 billion car. I agree. Yeah. Could you
A
imagine
$1 billion
the
car? You mean like a fucking like Harrier jet? I mean, like, what are you talking about?
Anyway, not to get all into that, but I kept hearing about that and it's funny. But isn't that such bullshit? Like you go and buy a car and everyone's like, he just bought a new car. He's dead because he gave us a raise, but he got a new car. And I remember telling him, I'm like, you got to do your job. Like, if you want a raise, you got to do your job. You know, like. What do you think? You get,
mean,
like,
when
do you
you
think that
define
my
what
income
doing
is
your
income?
job,
Like, you have to
quote
do your
unquote,
job.
means.
The money comes from the show that I do.
So when you say you got to do your job without any like actual specifics behind that, you can say they're not doing their. You can decide what their job is and change that at the drop of a hat. And then be like, well, when you fire them, you're like, well, they weren't doing their job. So fuck you, Nick. Dude, I wish I could fight Nick Fuentes. I wish I could have a fucking, like the next low-tier Keemstar fight pay-per-view. I'm almost 20 years older than him. I would fight Nick Fuentes. Like, it would not, like, he would get beat up by an old guy. It would be fucking, like... Yeah, you'll fight him, but, like, I'm his size, you know? I don't know how big you are. I don't know anything about you, but... I'm his size and I'm way older. He'd have to. No, I heard he got. I think he got lifted from the no-fly list. Actually.
So when you start doing the job that you have, you know, then I'll consider it. But you're lackadaisical. You're derelict.
He weighs less than me, but if I got into fighting shape, I could probably weigh about the same as him.
And you think I'm going to pay you more and you're counting my car payment? Go fuck yourself. Fuck off with that. Fuck right off. Unreal. Ugh, I can't stand that. That is so wrong to me. It is so unethical. But it's that entitlement, you know? That was the problem. There was this, and honestly, a good purge is a good thing. Having a purge every now and again is a good thing.
He's coping so hard. He's like, yeah, it's good that I purged all these people that were like my right-hand man.
I noticed this was happening. These guys get into this thing, and they get this unearned sense of superiority or status, and then they start, like, they get too comfortable. And you know, guys that have been around for a long time are doing very little, but they're waving their dick around like they're doing the most. And they're jealously guarding their little turf. And I remember when the Trey thing was going on, I was telling those guys that. I'm like, look, Trey's making content. What are you guys doing? I'm like, not for nothing, but Trey's helping me. Trey's taking the initiative. He's doing stuff. And I'm not trying to defend Trey here. That's before I knew he was a psychopath. But that's the source of that. I was telling these guys, I'm like, look, you know, say what you will. They're out there hustling. What are you guys doing? You're out there jealously guarding your little piece of the turf, your little clout. We've been in here for years. You don't come into our movement without this and that. And I said, whoa, hang on a second. I said, well, you got to earn your keep. You know, you've been around for a long time, but you still got to earn your keep. Some new guys come around, they're hustling, they're doing something, they're helping me out.
I like how Nick is just like the queen bee of this little hive. Buzz, 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 buzz. They're all buzzing around like little busy buddy bees, you know? Come on, guys.
And you're gonna block them because what, you've been here longer? Well, you know, who's doing the most? And that was a consistent problem, was like these people gatekeeping, and not for good reasons, but gatekeeping based on like jealousy, gatekeeping based on jealously guarding their precious little spot, their little, rather than working for it, rather than earning it, because I'm pretty lenient, but jealously guarding, and there's no room for anybody, and we want the pie. And oh boy, what flavor. We want our pie. We jealously guard our slice of pie-flavored pie.
Huh?
So that's why sometimes a purge is necessary, because at a certain point, and you'll find this in any organization, there's lethargy. You know, the seniority kind of thing creates lethargy. And people that have been there a long time,
lethargy.
you know, they're just clocking in.
He means lethargy. He says lethargy. He means lethargy, being lethargic, the act of being lethargic. Lethargy. I've never heard that. I've never heard it said like that before.
Everybody saw that. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. People just started to punch in and collect their easy money and just basically just show up. And then when people started to hustle, they took issue with that. They said, oh, no, that's not how this works. And I said, well, I like the hustlers.
Fuck you, Cheech. Lethargy. Cheech, you're always a naysayer. You're always saying like the opposite. It's sad.
And so that's why, you know, sometimes a purge can be
Cheech.
good.
Cheech.
That's why, and I love purge. Don't get me wrong.
Dude, could you clean up a spill like that as fast as I did? I think not. I think not, my good man. I think I will. I say lethargy, and that is way more right because it's the way I say it, and you're just wrong, Cheech. Come up with a more original name while you're at it.
I love a good purge. I love when a good tactic unfolds. Because what I do with these types is I give them enough rope to hang themselves with. I give them enough rope to show us who they really are. Like with Patrick. I gave him, nobody forced Patrick to go on that stream last year. Nobody forced Patrick to be an uppity, little princess. But that's what he was. He was trying to big dog me all the time, and I said, okay, well, if you want to be the big dog, then why am I going to give you opportunities? And so he got iced out gradually, and then instead of like deferring to me and saying, hey, like, hey, is there, there's a rift or whatever, he bitched out. I gave him enough rope to hang himself with. And yeah, I delighted in that. I drank that up. I enjoyed that immensely because he always had a little ego problem. And, here's the thing. I put him back on. I put him onto the Groyper action, and he benefited from this relationship, but he never wanted to give me like the deference and respect that I was owed. And I said, okay, that's fine, but then why would you continue to be the beneficiary? Like, don't you understand? Don't be naive. This is a deal. You get to benefit and participate insofar as you recognize the structure here. You don't get to come around big dogging me and also be the beneficiary. It doesn't work like that. So I said, you know what? Yeah, you're not going to organize AFPAC 2, and I'm not going to shout you out, and I'm not going to do this and that. And rather than say, you know what? I'm not doing my part, he went out there for himself, and he tried to save his own skin, and he showed us what he was really about. If he was really a team player, he would have came to me and said, what? Right. I'm going to AFPAC 2.
I wanted to show you guys the screen that I look at. It's a it's like a quadrant screen. Here, I'm going to link you guys to it in just a second here. All right. Shit. Hold on. So you guys can see it.
Put me on, now I'm going to be there for you, but he didn't do that. And so when that kind of stuff happens, it happens. It happens for a reason. I'm a fair guy, and that's why whenever these little things happen, everybody always has my back, because I'm a pretty honest broker. I'm pretty reasonable. I'm a pretty fair and honest broker, and I'm a pretty solid person to deal with and do business with. But I just don't tolerate being treated not fairly. I do not tolerate lack of respect. And I'm not autistic about it, but just basic consideration is very important. And lack of reciprocity and that kind of thing. It's like anything. You can't have that in a business. You can't have that on a baseball team. You can't have that on an anything team. Anytime you have a team, you need to have these like good vibes. And by good vibes, I mean everybody's got to be on the same page. Everybody's got to be a team player. Everybody's got to respect the pecking order. Everybody's got to be doing their part and pulling their weight. This is common sense stuff. People say that's cult-like. This is how any enterprise runs. That's how any organization runs. This is how the military runs. This is how a sports team runs. This is how any team runs. This is how any success.
So, let me post it. Let's see. Oh shit. I have to start the timer now. Let's see. All right. Someone help me meet the goal, and I'll add an extra hour to the stream. We'll check back on it since it's, over 30 minutes.
Effective team runs. It has a leader. People recognize the authority of the leader. Everybody has their responsibilities. Everybody's doing them. And people that are not pulling their weight, people that are creating negativity, people that become a toxic force, people that are in it for themselves. You can't have that in any kind of a team. It doesn't work like that. So, you see me, I give and give and give. I empower people in this thing to do, I give them a channel, I let them live in the place, I give them opportunity on the foundation, I open up opportunities on the intern program, we place people in jobs. I am there for people. I'm a phone call away, for personal, for professional, I'm there. But what comes with that is
I'm there for you.
It's a certain expectation. And if you're, and that's the thing, if you're not on board with that expectation, then you cannot be the beneficiary. It's not right. And if you keep taking and taking without giving, then you get cut off. And then what tends to happen is people, instead of, humbly coming back and saying, hey, you know what? They want to flame out and they go, I'm the reason for my success. I'm going to do my own thing. Okay, lots of luck, pal. Lots of luck. Lots of luck. Good luck. You go build your own thing then. I was holding you back. I'm this bad guy. Lots of luck.
I'm this bad guy.
What a skill set, allegedly, that we've got. So go enjoy. It's what it is. So anyway, I didn't mean to get all back into that drama again, but I brought it up. So what else we got in the live chat? King Fuentes, it's not right, says Kansas Zoomer. So true, Kansas Zoomer. You're so right. Veda says true. Yeah. You overestimate people's abilities. No, I don't think I do. I think I give a pretty fair estimation. I believe in people. I believe in people. I give people a chance.
In people.
I'm an investor. I invest in people. I see somebody with potential, and I'm very good at recognizing upside and downside, and I try to nurture the upside, and I try to, manage the downside. Vince says midget wrestling soon. Yeah, very true.
Huh? Yeah, Nick
Tropical
will be
versus boyish
the head
genius
of that.
leads to boyish enemies, I guess. I have a lot of enemies. Do you know how to swim? Not really. I'm terrible at swimming.
What? You can't swim?
All right. Well, how long has it been now? It's been it's hour 20. Yes, I think I'm going to call it. Some people get an opportunity, then take advantage. Yeah, but that's what's been going on. That's how I view it from like a managerial perspective. As getting away from some of the personal stuff. That's how I view it from a managerial perspective. And yeah, I think that sometimes.
All right. Sorry, we had a brief moment there. Nope, we're back. We're back.
An asset, you got to get rid of them. Sometimes it's ugly, but you got to get rid of them. Negativity in an organization is such a cancer because it spreads. One negative person.
He sounds like the corporate people at a corporate job that I had, where they were like, oh, if you're like a toxic person in the workplace, like you complain about, they weed out people who complain about anything, even things that are unfair.
Because that's the thing. I'm a very positive person. People don't really know that about me, but, interpersonally, I'm very positive. In a business sense, I'm very positive. And negativity will absolutely rape an organization. If you have one negative person, they will bring everything down because negativity is like a virus. They talk to people, then other people get negative. demoralization is real. And when you see that, because, and anybody who runs a business will tell you the same thing. Anybody that runs a team, even if you're like on a gaming team, if you're like a Fortnite squad, negativity is absolute poison. And if somebody has nothing to do but rant, you know, complain and whine and bitch and moan, they gotta go. They gotta go. They have to go. Addition and subtraction, it's part of, that's health, you know? That's the health of any biome.
What?
So, and that's not to say that you can't be honest and sober about assessing a situation. And, you know, sometimes the situation is a negative appraisal, but, you know, you have people that are defeatists. You have people that are losers, and they're not losers because they lose. They lose because they have a losing attitude, and that's what makes them losers.
Sure, just like last week, I'm getting DDoSed right now, but there's not enough of them to actually take me down. But as you can tell, it's fuzzy right now. I'm just gonna keep going. Fuck it.
That's a very real,
like the stream,
thing. Some people, it is their mission in life to lose, and nothing will get in their way. And you can't get in their way either, because they will take you to loserdom with them. That's a very real phenomenon. And the more that I've gone through life, the more that I realize that attitude is so critical, and keeping a positive headspace. You could be, and I'm a very sober-minded person. I'm a very sober, I would say I always think of, I'm pessimistic when I think about, when I appraise a situation, but I have an optimistic sort of, you know, outlook on things. And, you know, to have, especially in the kind of thing that we're doing, negativity is just, it's got to go. That's, you know, some of these younger guys struggle with that. Crying, bitching, moaning. I don't like this one. I don't like that one. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do that. I'm annoyed. I don't want to do...
Yeah, some people don't want to do things. He's like, I'm tired of these people saying they don't want to do it. I command them to do.
At a certain point, you know, you just got to go be a loser over there. You can't be a loser over here because we want to win. You got to go be a loser over there, and maybe you could figure it out. I hope people do. I want everybody to succeed. I want everybody to be happy and enjoy their choices, but, you know, some people drag you to hell with them if you let them. So sometimes the best thing you do is just let go. But anyway, that's just a little thought on managerial things. Negativity is a feminine trait. I agree. But okay. Nick has that gangster mentality. I don't think it's gangster. I think it's just, this is just group dynamics. This is just...
I don't think it's gangster.
These are
gangster isn't white enough for Nick.
Very eminently observable group dynamics that you'll see in any corporation. And I say corporation, I don't mean like a LLC. I mean like any corporate endeavor. And anytime a group gets together, anytime there is a society is formed, you'll have these kinds of things. It's not rocket science. It's not hard to pick up on it. It's not hard to, if you're a problem solver, it's not hard to isolate and you know, find dysfunction. It's really not that complicated. I mean, people are difficult to manage because they require patience and they require attention and care and all that. But in terms of figuring out like what's going on, it's really not that difficult. So, but that's that. That's just life. That's just life, folks. I love life. I love life. I love people.
He loves people.
Things,
he's a people person.
You know. And it's all just part of the process. It's all just part of the story. That's the good thing. You know, win, lose, or draw, it's all part of the big fight.
Nick Bunny photos in the gallery? In the tap gallery? Oh, let's see. Oh my God. Yes. This is beautiful. Oh my God, I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That is something else. That's pretty nice. Yeah, here's some Amber Heard stuff. She breaks into the bathroom while he's hiding in there, and she's like, "Stop hitting me." It's kind of funny. So they always get their outfits in court. And then I noticed something because Amber Heard is known for mimicking Johnny Depp's outfits in court. But this time... Oh, shit. That's the wrong one. This time she was mimicking the outfit of Colonel Sanders. Finger licking good. But yeah, there was this cool graffiti, which is pretty great.
And let's talk about that anatomy. There's bones in the hand, right?
Correct.
And then there's tissue and blood vessels, right?
Objection, leading.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, you can go ahead and answer that.
Yep, that's correct.
And what is the surgery called where you operate on tissues and blood vessels in the hand?
That would be hand surgery.
So this is an expert witness hired by Amber Heard's legal team, and he says that the story of the bottle cutting off Johnny Depp's finger is not true, that he can't see how a bottle, like a big heavy tequila bottle or whatever, a big heavy liquor bottle being thrown at someone whose hand is resting on a bar can be severed. So we'll get a little bit of his testimony on the defense side, and then we'll get the cross-examination.
I mean, there are different components of it. There's trauma where we do repairs of tendons or blood vessels. There's a microvascular element where we repair injured nerves. In my practice at Duke, I was on the replant team, and so we would do replantations when digits were cut off. We would try to reattach the bones and tendons and nerves and vessels to reattach the digits, and hopefully I'm survive.
And have you performed surgeries of that nature?
Yes.
When you perform surgeries of that nature, what assessment do you make of the cause of those injuries?
So cause is a big element. It's an important element to appreciate because it can impact management in a lot of those settings. You know, there's a difference between a laceration caused by a razor blade.
We're at the 24-minute mark to please meet our goal. Meet our goal.
So what we anticipate having to manage is based on how the injury was created. There's also other elements, contamination, farmyard injuries are
last minute tip train to meet the goal.
Totally different than clean injuries, and kitchen injuries with raw chicken are totally different than some other settings. And so it does play a large role in management.
After your fellowship at Duke University, I believe you mentioned you had another role at Duke for a few years. Is that right? Can you tell the jury about that?
So I did my fellowship and I joined the faculty as an assistant professor, and so I was in charge of teaching residents and fellows. I was the director of the orthopedic trauma service, and I was on the hand call team in addition.
Have you had academic appointments at any universities other than Duke?
I have a...
So this is where the defense is hyping up this guy's resume. They're like, this is why this guy is so credible and everything he says is super credible. It's a weird thing where it's like one extreme bias versus the other. It's, like right now, this is their witness who's on their side, who, by the way, is getting paid $5,000 a day in court to be here. It's funny, a lot of these people are here getting paid to be here, like a lot of money. And this guy, he's giving his expert expert witness testimony, and it's in Amber Heard's favor. He's saying, because a big dispute here is how did Johnny Depp's finger get cut off? We know it got cut off, and Amber Heard is like, I don't know. I think it got cut off because he was bashing a phone against a wall.
Adjunct assistant professor appointment at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, which has affiliated training programs in the center where I practice now.
Have you held any leadership positions in your field?
I've been an officer and the past president of the North Carolina Society of Surgery of the Hand, the Duke Hand Club or Society now. I'm a member of the American Society of Surgery of the Hand, of the Orthopedic Trauma Association, of the American Academy of Orthopedic Surgery, and of the American Orthopedic Association, the AOA.
Are the majority of your surgeries hand surgeries?
Yes.
How many hand surgeries?
Hey, you're super smart about this, right? Are you super duper smart about it? Are you super duper mega smart about it?
Over 25 years, thousands.
Have you seen finger injuries similar to the one sustained by Mr. Depp in Australia?
Yes.
And have you evaluated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you treated injuries like that?
Yes.
Have you operated on fingers that looked like that?
Yes.
How many times? Ballpark.
Hundreds, if not more.
What does it mean to be board certified in your field?
So board certification is a process that you pursue after you complete training. So at the time, there have been some changes, but at the time that I finished my training, after residency, we took a written examination, and if you passed the written examination, you had to practice for 2 years. At the end of that 2 years, you submitted a list of cases over 6 months. He
was not Johnny Depp's surgeon. He's an independent surgeon, expert witness that is getting paid, which is like such a weird thing. How like each side pays people to come in and make their case for them that are experts, but it's still just an opinion.
The board, and they picked 12 cases, and then you gathered up 10 and went to Chicago and had an oral examination based on those cases. And if you passed the oral examination, then you were board certified.
And your board certification is in what?
Orthopedic surgery.
What is a certificate of added qualification?
So in the event that you elect to do a fellowship and subspecialize, hand surgery is one of the specialties that you can apply for a certificate of added qualification. And so once I was board certified, I practiced for an additional year or two, had to resubmit a list of cases and take a written examination to become certified in hand surgery.
Do you teach other surgeons how to do hand surgery?
Occasionally, on occasion, yes.
When was the last time you did so?
Day before yesterday.
Tell the jury about that.
I was, over the weekend, I went to...
So this is boring. Here's some fireworks. Here's the cross-examination of this guy.
Good morning, Dr. Moore.
Good morning.
You said you reviewed Mr. Depp's video deposition, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed Mr. Depp's testimony at this trial, correct?
That's correct.
And was that also a video of his testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that Mr. Depp demonstrated that his hand was flat on a surface, is that correct?
That's correct.
That's not entirely accurate, is it, though?
No, his description was relatively consistent in both, including turning and resting the hand on the edge.
Isn't it true, Dr. Moore, that when Mr. Depp did the demonstration in his deposition, he showed that his fingers were hanging over the bar?
Well, even hanging over the bar, it still leaves the dorsum of the hand or the nail vulnerable.
That's not my question, Dr. Moore. My question is, Isn't
It's
it
not
true
my question, Dr. Moore.
that Mr. Depp said his fingers were not laying flat on a table, they were hanging over the bar?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you knew that when you made that opinion. Isn't that correct?
Well, I believe that as I demonstrated sitting here, that I said that he had said they were slightly curled over, I think was the description that I gave.
Your description in this courtroom was that it was laying flat, and I think you've done that now twice. But in your deposition, you testified that his fingers were actually hanging over the bar. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Misstates the witness's testimony. He clearly indicated they were curled. Or could have been curled.
Overruled.
So that's a that's a distinction that perhaps I misstated in one of the two descriptions. However, that does not substantially change my opinion of the impact it would have on the mechanism.
The impact it would have on the mechanism.
Isn't it true that Mr. Depp also testified that the bottle came from an off angle?
Yes.
Okay. And you consider that in rendering your opinions today, correct?
Yes, I believe he stated that it came from between 6 and 10 feet. I think it was off to, I think he demonstrated it was off to his right. I can't recall specifically, but it was off angle, yes.
Okay. So it didn't come from the top, as you previously testified just a few minutes ago, correct?
Well, no, it would have struck the top of the finger, but it may have been slightly off angle in its approach based on the description.
Mr. Depp described it as off angle, correct?
Correct.
Dr. Moore, just at the outset, your billing rate for providing deposition testimony is $1,000 per hour?
That's correct.
$1,000
And
per
you were
hour
deposed in this
for depositions.
action for several hours on March 22nd, 2022?
That's correct.
And your billing rate for providing trial testimony is $5,000 per day?
That's correct.
You were retained in this case by Ms. Heard's legal team, correct?
Correct.
And over the last few years, you've provided expert services for one of Ms. Heard's law firms on at least 2 other cases, right?
That's correct, yes.
Dr. Moore, is it fair to say that you have no personal knowledge as to how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, correct?
No, I have no personal knowledge. My impression is based on his description of the injury and the available medical records for review.
But you weren't in Australia with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, correct?
I was not in Australia, no.
And so therefore you have no personal knowledge as to how that injury was sustained?
Correct.
All right. You also never personally examined Mr. Depp's finger, did you?
Correct.
You didn't examine Mr. Depp's finger at the time it was injured?
I did not.
And you never provided any medical treatment to Mr. Depp in connection with his finger injury, did you?
I did not.
Now, you've testified that you identified Mr. Depp's finger injury as a crush injury, correct?
Correct.
And a crush injury is when a body part is crushed or trapped between
Here's
2
$10
opposing
for
firm
2.5
surfaces.
hours.
Yes?
Yes.
Oh, damn. Thank you.
A crush injury to a finger can occur when a foreign object hits the finger, right?
Yes.
And based on the pictures that you reviewed of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you cannot determine what particular object caused the injury to his finger. Yes?
Well, I can't determine exactly what object did it. I think that I can say with confidence that the described mechanism of the bottle hitting and shattering the finger was not consistent with the appearance of the injury.
I understand that.
And
My question is just very specific. You can't determine the object that caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, it's a little bit more of a non-specific answer. I mean, I can't determine the exact object, but I can determine that it's unlikely that it was sustained in the manner described.
A bottle is a foreign object, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So you can't rule out that the injury to Mr. Depp's finger was caused by a vodka bottle, correct?
Well, based on the injury pattern, I can say that the described mechanism of injury is inconsistent with medical findings.
Right. But because a vodka bottle is a foreign object, you can't rule out that a vodka bottle is what caused Mr. Depp's injury.
Well, I can't rule out that a vodka bottle caused the injury, but I can rule out that it was caused in the manner described in his testimony.
You can't rule out that the injury was caused by a knife, right?
I think it's unlikely that the injury was caused by a knife.
But you can't rule it out.
Well, if a simple knife laceration wouldn't impart the injury to the distal phalanx to result in the comminuted fracture. Now, a chopping type, but again, that would likely come from a direction that would create a dorsal injury to create the fracture that was developed.
Do you remember giving testimony in this case, Dr. Moore?
Deposition?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And you were under oath, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that was on March 22nd, 2022, yes?
Correct.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, God.
Thank you.
Or may I have- Dr. Moore, may I please have you go to page 163 of your deposition,
Legalese.
specifically line 17. (163).
Yeah, there's a vodka bottle
Actually,
would
apologies.
definitely shatter and cut off a finger more easily than a phone, smashing a phone.
164. Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door. Or, again, as Dr. Gilmer said, we can't definitively say what caused this injury. Did I read that correctly?
You did.
Your Honor, I would object as to the incomplete impeachment. I think if she's going to read his answer, she also needs to read or give Dr. Moore the chance to read the paragraph below. She just picked out half of his answer.
You can redirect.
Yeah,
I'll
as
overrule the
well as the
objection.
paragraph above.
Dr. Moore, there's no question pending. Thank you, though. So you can't rule out that the injury was caused by a car door either. Is that right?
One sharp phone.
The sharpest. Oh, my God.
But it's your testimony sitting here
Oh,
today
God.
that you can rule out that the injury.
Goal! Holy shite. Coupe car coming through again. Damn. We're going to keep going. We're going to keep going.
Was caused by a vodka bottle. Is that your testimony?
My testimony is that I can rule out the injury as caused by the mechanism described by Mr. Depp in his deposition.
But you can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's finger.
Well, the definitive injury is a crush injury, but again, I can't say. I mean, I think that it's quite likely that the initial mechanism described at the time of presentation of the accordion doors would classically create this injury pattern. You know, the hand up in front. If you picture accordion doors as the edge is closed, if the hand's up, the palm is exposed. If the door's pushed, and the
Dr.
hinge
Moore,
closes about the fingers.
I understand that. But my question is,
I think it's important that they understand that.
this is the time for me to ask you questions. Your counsel will have the ability to rehabilitate you and ask you questions on redirect. Right now, let's try my question.
Okay.
You can't definitively say what caused the injury to Mr. Depp's fingers. Yes or no?
No.
Okay. In conducting your analysis of Mr. Depp's finger injury, you did not attempt to reconstruct the incident. Is that right?
Well, I think the incident was reconstructed. You mean did I throw a vodka bottle at something?
No, no, Dr. Moore. I mean, you didn't do any type of accident reconstruction, either computerized or you didn't conduct any type of accident reconstruction of the alleged.
No, that's correct. My opinion is based on the medical records and the clinical images and Mr. Depp's description.
And your analysis is based on an understanding of how Mr. Depp described the exact positioning of his finger at the time of the injury. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And your analysis is also based on the assumption that Mr. Depp's hand remained completely still in the instance that a vodka bottle was hurled at him. Yes?
No, my assessment is on his description of the vodka bottle striking the top of his finger.
But his hand stayed still, according to your analysis, yes?
I guess it was still long enough for the bottle to hit it, but natural reaction would be to try to pull away.
When you perform traumatic finger surgeries, you inquire about the cause of the injuries, correct?
Correct.
And your best information on that is typically just the self-report of the patient, yes?
Correct.
And your assumption is that the patient is trying to get care. Because the patient is trying to get care, that patient is generally telling the truth, right?
You would hope so.
Yeah. You reviewed Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony informing your opinion about Mr. Depp's finger injury, correct?
Do the finger cut on Mythbusters. I love that.
Correct?
Correct.
Informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment
Objection,
for
Your
Mr.
Honor.
Depp...
May we approach?
Okay.
They always have to cut the mics when they approach.
For the,
Here we go.
Because it's important the jury hears this. So informing your opinion, did you consider Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that while Dr. Kipper was providing emergency treatment for Mr. Depp's finger injury in Australia in the driveway of the house, Mr. Depp told him that his finger was injured when Miss Heard threw a vodka bottle at him?
I don't recall that from the deposition. I'd be happy to review it if you have the deposition available.
Did you consider Dr. Kipper's testimony that he recalled that Mr. Depp's finger was found in the kitchen?
I do recall that.
So you must have also seen Dr. Kipper's deposition testimony that he wasn't the one who actually found the finger, correct?
That's correct.
Dr. Kipper testified that someone he thought was the chef told him he found the finger in the kitchen area, correct?
I'm going to assume so without reading the deposition now.
Did you review any testimony from Ben King in rendering your opinions today?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you see any of Mr. King's testimony at this trial?
I did not.
Okay. So you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he is the one who found Mr. Depp's finger, are you?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that he found Mr. Depp's finger in the bar area, right?
Correct.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger in a piece of tissue in the bar area, either?
No.
And you're not aware that Mr. King testified that multiple broken liquor bottles were also found in the bar area, right?
Correct.
If we could please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1817, which is already in evidence. And it may be published, please.
I just don't have it yet. At the moment. There we go. Oh, sorry, something.
Thank
there we
you.
go. Okay.
Have you ever seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
No.
So you're not aware that this is the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
No.
Okay. Do you see that broken vodka bottle in the back corner near the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see the blood drops on the floor?
Yes.
Can we please pull up Defendant's Exhibit 1820, which is already in evidence? Have you seen this picture before, Dr. Moore?
I have not.
So you're not aware that this is also a picture from the bar area where Mr. King testified he found Mr. Depp's finger?
Correct.
Do you see the bloody tissue on the ground at the bottom of the bar?
Yes.
Do you see the blood drops around that tissue?
Yes.
So you didn't consider any of this evidence in rendering your opinion about how Mr. Depp injured his finger in Australia, did you?
I did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Hot
Redirect.
Camille going in.
Yes, sir.
Can you pull up Exhibit 1817 that was just shown to the witness, please?
Line 4.
Correct.
Question, but you can't rule it out completely, right? Answer, I can't rule anything out completely. I can't rule out that he caught it in the door, cut it with a knife, or slammed it in the car door.
We already saw this part. We're going to this.
Now, Anjanette, good to see you this morning. I understand that something happened in court today. Walk us through it.
This is ridiculous, what they're about to say here.
Oh, it was crazy, Jesse. You know, we've been, good morning to you. We've been hearing the testimony, obviously, from these two expert witnesses for Amber Heard. The deputy got her out of the courtroom. She was removed. She's like, yeah, okay. And they clipped off her wristband. But obviously, even if the judge is not on the bench, you can't be doing things like that. And, you know, yelling out that your souls are connected and that you love somebody. And then other people started chiming in as well. So it was pretty wild. So not testimony, but that is something you didn't see on the live feed. You might have heard a little snippet of it. I doubt it. But it's something I saw because I was literally standing right across the aisle from this woman. And I just couldn't get out of my bench, you know, to get out of the courtroom because it's pretty packed in there today. But it was a moment.
It's insane. I can't wait for it to be over now.
I'm made of questions. I wish we had more time. I know you have to run back in.
Let's see what else. Thanks to everyone who helped us meet our goal. We now have a second goal up to add another hour after we get to the 3.5 hour mark. It always kind of seems like Johnny Depp is having fun in court. I don't know. Huh. He's talking to the court recorder. He's goofing around with the court recorder. That's hilarious.
Dr. Spiegel, at our request, what have you reviewed in this case? And just go ahead and give me more detail.
It's a lengthy review, but court filings, psychological testing that was done on Ms. Heard by both Dr. Hughes and Dr. Curry, other physicians' medical records, other physician note, Dr. Kipper, counselors and therapists that both parties and psychiatrists that they went to.
Someone found a Jim Carrey character that looks like this guy. I can't remember what movie it was from.
Text messages, depositions, snippets of the UK trial. And I'm sure pictures of physical injuries, so I've seen a lot.
What, if anything, have you seen in terms of emails, audios, videos?
Yes, so I've seen videos of Mr. Depp. I think the video was showing of Mr. Depp destroying,
Lemony
slamming cupboards
Snicket.
and breaking glass and yelling at Ms. Heard while having a wine glass in his with wine in his hands. I've seen videos of destruction of property in the house.
Okay.
Yeah, that's who it is.
And what?
It is. It is. It is this guy. Oh, God. Lemony Snicket is his fucking name. Hold on. What the fuck just happened? There we go. Right there. Lemony Snicket. What the fuck?
If any review have you conducted of the deposition and testimony of Mr. Depp's hired witness, Dr. Curry?
Objection.
Sure. Do you remember my question? Did you review the
I reviewed
deposition and testimony of Dr. Curry?
Dr.
Curry.
Yes, I reviewed Dr. Yes, I'm sorry.
And-
Yes, so I reviewed testimony of Dr. Curry. I reviewed Dr. Curry's reports. I reviewed Dr. Curry's testimony.
Okay, and what if, did you review the deposition and trial testimony of Dr. Hughes?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of the disclosure.
I'll allow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Did you interview Mr. Depp?
No, I did not.
Did you
But-
request to
I
interview?
requested to interview Mr. Depp twice, and both times Mr. Depp and his lawyers refused.
Dr. Spiegel, I'm going to ask you some questions in this case respecting your opinions and the opinions you have formed and the bases for them. And I'm going to ask you to provide me with, in a reasonable degree of medical probability or certainty. Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay. On what were you requested to analyze and opine in this case?
So it's fourfold. One, I was asked to opine about the risk factors that are associated with intimate partner violence and behaviors that are shown, risk factors that are shown in intimate partner violence to be consistent with behaviors that Mr. Depp has demonstrated. Two, I've been asked to opine about the acute effects on alcohol and substance use, and I mentioned that including mood, behavior, cognition, functional impairment. Three, talking about the psychological profile, if you would, of, is there a question? I'm sorry. Oh,
no.
Okay. Of psychological and medical sequelae of patients who have suffered intimate partner violence and perpetrated intimate partner violence, and whether or not Mr. Depp's behavior is consistent with that. And lastly, about alcohol and other substance use disorders, their diagnostic criteria, their medical and psychological effects, psychiatric effects, their cognitive effects, and their functional effects. And I think I would like to just go with the jury one other thing. When we talk about, when psychiatry talks about substance use disorders, it's imperative to understand we're not talking about someone who rarely uses and happens to have a bad night. We're not talking about someone who uses on a weekly basis and has a bad night. We're talking about repetitive patterns of behavior that meet a list of 11 criteria that can be deemed mild, moderate, or severe. Because I think people get confused when they hear the word substance abuse, that they think of, oh, I may have used this because I used it twice. There is a whole criteria of behavior.
What is he even talking about?
Sequelae and consequences that go with a substance use disorder. I'm not just talking about someone who will occasionally smoke a joint or smokes a joint or snorts occasionally coke, okay, or has alcohol on weekends. So I really need to reiterate that, because I think when you look at psychiatric behavior, we tend to look, people look online and say, my gosh, I have all 7 of these, right? And they're reading it not quite the way the psychiatric literature is supposed to go. So please,
This guy sounds
I need you
drunk.
to understand.
He's slurring his speech a lot.
And one, that's what's going on. As I told you about intimate partner violence, it's horrible that anyone would strike anyone, okay? But again, we're talking about repetitive behaviors for means of control, right? So that's real important to understand when you're moving forward. And I may say occasionally substance abuse, but what I'm referring to is substance
Objection
use.
beyond the scope of the question.
I don't.
Sustained. Next question.
Okay. Dr. Spiegel, could you please just summarize for the jury the conclusions you came to with your opinions, and then we'll take you through the specifics.
So in my opinion, based on my review of the evidence, based on my clinical experience, based on my publishing experience, based on my teaching experience, that Mr. Depp has behaviors that are consistent with both someone who has a substance use disorder as well as consistent behaviors for someone who is a perpetrator of intimate partner violence.
Thank you. I'm going to start with the impact of drug and alcohol abuse over time. First of all, based upon your review of the record evidence, what type of drugs has Mr. Depp used?
So Mr. Depp, and I'm talking about we're talking about a substance use disorder here. We're not just talking about use. Okay, so we are talking about alcohol, We are talking
Alcohol.
about amphetamines.
Follow me.
We are talking about marijuana.
Talking about the
We are talking
weed.
about cocaine.
So
We are talking about LSD.
Ah,
we are
that's the
talking about
acid.
ecstasy.
Acid.
We are talking about opiates. We are talking about prescription benzodiazepines. And we'll get into a separate thing about the abusability of Seroquel and or gabapentin in Iran. And we are talking about much of the time concurrent use, meaning simultaneously.
In your practice, do some patients suggest to you that drugs and alcohol actually help them?
So I think it's patients who lack insight or are in the very early stages of recognizing they have a quote unquote problem will sometimes actually say that they have this medication actually calms me down. This medication makes me feel better. And in actuality, they may not acutely feel anything, but chronic and continual use will take its toll on the brain. So the answer is yes, but again, people who have substance use disorders have lack of insight and a lack of judgment about what's going on. They're very poor moderators of their own behavior.
Has Mr. Depp suggested, based on your review of the record evidence, that alcohol and drugs actually help him?
Yes, in review of the evidence, he has suggested that alcohol, Xanax, I'm in the list of medications, do help. Although I will also tell you on review of the evidence that there were at least 2 times I can remember that Mr. Depp was referring to at least short-lived periods of sobriety, and I cannot exactly tell you what that included. That both times he said
God, he slurs so
better,
bad.
and that he recognized that alcohol and drugs was at the root of his problems.
Now, there's been testimony that Mr. Depp is quite charming, both off and on the drugs and the alcohol. What is your answer to that?
So, again, let me put one thing clear here. I am not here to impeach Mr. Depp's acting skills or his persona. He has way greater skills than I do in that. What I'm here to say is talk about how drugs and alcohol affect...
Alcohol. He can't even say the word alcohol. Drugs and alcohol. 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 Drugs and alcohol. I'm here to talk about how drugs and alcohol can slur your fucking speech.
What we all have in common, we're all human beings. We can all only get so much, take so much when something is going to happen. And that's what I see every day in the emergency room, on the consult service, on inpatient psychiatry. Bad things happen, not because of anything special, except we're all human beings and our brains, substance abuse, are not titrated. They're not regulated by the FDA. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how much we're getting. There is no control over what makes it to our brain. So it is not the actor. It is not the persona, okay? It is a person just like the rest of us who are human beings who will have these effects, and that's what we all share in common. Everyone in this courtroom shares that in common.
When Mr. Depp was in his relationship with Amber Heard, was he a polysubstance abuser?
Was he in what substance abuse?
Polysubstance
Yes.
abuser? Can you explain
Leaving your
what that is?
Overruled.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, so polysubstance abuse is the use of
Partly
3 or more
subs abuse.
And I answer, like I said, concurrently, he was. Even while I was getting ready for rehab on the island, he was. So, yes, he did engage in that.
Did Mr. Depp's drug and alcohol abuse affect him cognitively?
Yes. So, if nothing else to look at, Dr. Blaustein, a psychiatrist that evaluated Mr. Depp, did a mini mental state exam on him.
Like, doctor, are you high right now? Doctor.
Part of that mini mental state examination, you're asked to remember 3 words and then come back 5 minutes later and repeat those 3 words. And in the meanwhile, you're getting other types of testing for attention and concentration and visual, spatial, and language. So other things that are being tested too. Mr. Depp was unable to recall any of them, and that is very unusual for a 50-ish-year-old male. I don't remember how old he was when he took that. Generally speaking, that age group should be remembering 2 or all 3 of those words. One, I do know that his lines were also fed to him by earpiece. Again, affecting memory. I did see in video deposition about having to have questions, I don't want to say repeat as much as completely forgotten. So the answer is yes. And you know, any one of us who use alcohol and cocaine to that level of degree, and I'm talking about a severe level of substance use disorder, are going to have effects. It is inescapable because we all have brains that are malaffected by extensive substance use, and potentially sometimes less, but certainly what we're talking about here is extensive.
What, if anything did you observe from the record evidence about Mr. Depp having difficulty focusing, his attention span, processing, whether he could function as an actor?
So,
Objection compound.
Compound is only if it's overruled. Thank you.
So again, in terms of the acting part, we do know that he needed his lines fed to him for movies. Part of that could have been also due to, and I don't know which movie, and please forgive me about that, that he actually confessed he did a movie entirely wasted. So I imagine it would be harder to do that. Additionally, like I said, when I looked at deposition, you can tell that the processing speed was down. His thinking rate was down. If your thinking rate is down, and I'm not talking about, again, I'm getting older, I'm probably not as sharp as I was at 25, okay? But I'm talking about so slow that when we're trying to move on.
Yeah, benzos, like people who use yeah, you're right. Benzos would make me go to sleep. I had benzos for anxiety attacks. They don't give them out like they used to. But I used to have them for anxiety, and they just put you to sleep. You know? Well, I mean, in like low doses, they can just be, like very low doses, they can like calm you.
To other questions, we're still trying to answer the original data that's presented to us. So attention span is very much impaired. And if you're...
Well, I would think for insomnia, you'd take something like Ambien or something like that.
Attention span is impaired, your memory is going to be impaired. It is inescapable that that's going to happen. So
Ambien's like, I've heard some crazy stories about like people losing whole days on Ambien. That shit's scary. I would never take that. You know, like people were like up walking around like a whole active day. People would lose on Ambien.
All that comes into play, and that's what I witnessed in the
crazy dreams and all
deposition.
That shit.
Fortunately for Mr. Depp, I do see that during this trial, his cognition has improved somewhat, which will happen if you are sober. So I commend him on that. But again, I'm specifically referencing the time with Ms. Heard's and Mr. Depp's relationship. So we're talking about that.
What, if any, observations from the record evidence did you have about Mr. Depp having alcoholic blackouts or foggy mind?
Again, there were reported times where he would be essentially, quote unquote, passed out drunk. You saw pictures of him passed out drunk and not being able to remember what he did, which is, again, if you look at the record evidence, you will see that, and this is linking intimate partner violence and substance uses together. I know we're going to get to that, which is basically if you have blackouts and you're using alcohol or using cocaine, it's going to be near impossible to remember what happened the night before. I don't think I'm the first person that's ever told you that alcohol can cause blackouts, and basically alcohol decreases a brain chemical, glutamate, which is involved in memory formation. If it blocks that, to an extensive degree, the individual cannot remember what happened because they didn't have enough time for their brain to process the memory. You need this brain chemical. So does alcoholic blackouts happen every time? No, of course not. But are they a complication of a use disorder? Absolutely yes. And there was record evidence of that.
Dr. Spiegel, you said at one point alcohol and cocaine. Is it possible to have blackouts with alcohol and different types of substances?
Yes. So my clinical experience, and I'll date it back within the last month, we had a patient who was using both, especially cocaine, and she had these kind of stroke-like
Both, especially cocaine? I think you left something out.
Lesions around the brain center known as the hippocampus, which is involved in memory formation. So
objection, relevance.
Just giving an example. Overruled.
Combining the two substances together increases the likelihood, even if you don't get what is a major stroke. And again, we think of a major stroke as someone who has speech difficulties and movement difficulties. There's a lot of different types of stroke that can just affect cognition. They don't necessarily have to have severe movement deficits or severe language deficits. They can solely affect you in terms of your cognitive symptoms, and actually known as a vascular neurocognitive disorder. So you need to understand, and that's part of the psychiatric diagnosis. You need to understand that you can.
I guess that's the end of that. Let me see. All right.
During your deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Under somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why?
Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the. You probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back. Okay? And what I thought it was related to was if you're coming to some deposition, okay? And again, I'm thinking back, so you have it in front of you. I don't. So I'm thinking back where he's coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
All right.
So I didn't call Mr. Depp an idiot. I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure, again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context.
Oh, man. We got to watch his entire testimony.
I just said. But again, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Yeah. Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering professional opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow the?
I just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a.
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion. Mm-hmm. Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice to describe people. In my practice? No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots, or patients as idiots, or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering them.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that
this guy's squirming like a worm.
His agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay? I believe the thing was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline testimony that you made.
Yes.
And it was my understanding that at least a portion of that testimony that you rendered was that you derived some evidence of cognitive decline from the way Mr. Depp testified.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's what I said, yes.
Right. And so all I'm asking you is, don't you think it's a good idea when you're in the middle of a court proceeding to answer questions carefully?
Again, professionally, we diagnose patients with a neurocognitive disorder by gross evaluation all the time with cognitive. On the thought that, again, age normal controls, I'm just saying, age normative controls does not put a 58-year-old gentleman at that processing. That's all I'm saying. That's all I said.
And you derived this without ever once talking to the man.
You mean me directly talking to him? Because we know how I derived it. So you're talking about me directly talking to him?
Yeah, you never talked
to him. I've never talked to him.
Right. And this exam you gave, well, you did talk about Dr. Blaustein, right?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
Irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's talk about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. And it's an exam that basically is most often used for, Alzheimer's, dementia, those kind of testing?
It's an exam that tests cognition in all psychiatric illnesses, not just Alzheimer's. It was made for dementia for Alzheimer's, but is the standard, has been the standard for testing cognition in all psychiatric illness, substance use disorders included.
Okay. Now, there is an element of that exam that requires drawing, correct?
Yes.
So you don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did or whether the drawing should have been fully scored.
I wasn't questioning his visual, spatial, perceptual skills, which is what that does.
Right. And you don't know what score Mr. Depp received on the exam.
I was very specific. I know 3 words, not remembering at 5 minutes. That's all I said.
3 words, not remembering 5 minutes, and he remembered one of them, right?
From what I'm saying, he didn't remember any of them.
All right. Memory on the exam, out of the 30 points, what's it worth? 3. 3, right? Memory is 3 out of the 30.
Yeah, memory is 3.
Okay.
But again, the memory section in and of itself tests memory. That's the only question that tests memory, only section that actually tests memory.
So the memory section tests memory. It's the only section you testified about. And for all you know, that with respect to the exam that you're relying on, Mr. Depp scored 27 out of 30.
Whoa. Damn. All right. So he did make it sound like Johnny Depp failed this test that Alzheimer patients fail because he's such a fucking drugged up cokehead that he can't remember anything. He can't do anything. He's an invalid. And now it's coming out that he actually scored a 27 out of 30.
And that would be telling, though, cognitive, if you score 27 out of 30 and you miss 3 points on memory. That would be very telling.
You don't know if Mr. Depp had been up all night the night before.
Again, you wouldn't expect to not recall any words at 3 minutes unless there's a cognitive issue.
You don't know if Mr. Depp was high.
And again, now that could affect memory, but I'm not refuting that. I'm not refuting that at all. He could have been high, he could have been drunk. He could
You
have been
don't know if
using
Mr.
cocaine, and
Depp
would
was
absolutely
high.
affect his memory.
I love
That's what
that.
I said. Yes, you're right.
So ultimately, you have no idea what state Mr. Depp was in at the time he took the exam that you're relying on.
Short of what you just said about drugs and alcohol, okay, there shouldn't be a reason why a 58-year-old also with strokes and other neurocognitive conditions, but short of that, there shouldn't be a really good reason why someone at that age shouldn't come up with at least one. But an answer.
But wait a minute, you started that question with short of drugs and alcohol and spent 35 minutes talking about his use of drugs and alcohol. Isn't that right?
Oh, I'm agreeing. I thought I agreed with you. I think I agreed. I said that drugs and alcohol can absolutely affect cognition. I'm not sure. I agree, but I'm not sure if that's a problem. I agree with you on that.
All right. So you don't know one way or the other how he scored on the exam. You don't know whether he was at the time on drugs and alcohol, but you're going to rely on it in your testimony to say that he's cognitively impaired.
Which is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely.
Let's watch a little more of this.
I'm Wayne Dennison. We haven't met. But let me ask you, let's start with what you finished with.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Let's start with what you finished with. You understand that the court was twice asked by Ms. Heard's counsel to order a medical exam of Mr. Depp, and those motions were denied.
I think your team told the court you didn't want to have them, and the court ruled on them. Right? I don't think the court proactively did it. You kind of had a motion to them, right?
No. When Ms. Heard's lawyers moved for them and asked for them and did not get them. Isn't that right, sir?
If you're saying that's what happened, my understanding of was that you all did not want him to undergo one. They petitioned for it. The court said no. Yes, that's what my understanding of it was.
The court said no to ordering Mr. Depp to do the medical exam.
Right, I said the court did not require it, right.
And there was one that was ordered, in fact.
There was...
All right.
He almost gives me like a dumb like a low IQ Doc from Back to the Future.
All right, so
if Doc from Back to the Future
last
was
thing we
like
talked about,
really dumb.
Was the Goldwater rule.
Yes, sir.
Been around for almost 50 years, right?
Yeah, I'm 59. That sounds about right.
Yeah. And it's been around as a result of a presidential election that you referenced.
Yes.
And who has that rule? What organization maintains that rule?
The American Psychiatric Association.
An association you're a member of.
Great Scott, Marty!
Member of, yes.
Yeah. Aren't you a fellow or something?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So, and this is an ethical rule, right?
It is an ethical rule.
Grandpa Rick,
yes,
yeah.
It's ethical. They say rules. It's an
Yeah,
ethical
just have him play
guideline.
Rick
Yes,
in the
guidelines.
live-action Rick and Morty
And
movie.
You know that over time, the American Psychiatric Association has amended the rule so it's not just about diagnoses, but it's also about professional opinions.
Could you be more specific, say, about professional opinion in regard to what?
I'm drinking tea.
Let me read this and see if you're familiar with it.
From like Taiwan,
It is
I think.
unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual.
It's kind of hard to see because the label
based
is
on
green.
Publicly available information without conducting an examination. That's the rule, right?
If you're reading it directly, I will believe you.
Okay. However, a diagnosis is not required for an opinion to be professional. So my question is, it's not just diagnosis that this Goldwater rule applies to, it's professional opinions.
So again,
No,
I would
no
reiterate
beer.
that would come down to essentially nullifying witness testimony, expert witness testimony, without a direct evaluation. And as we know, it didn't happen. But regardless of that, the whole expert witness testimony thing would be basically rendered null and void.
The rule, in fact, contemplates that issue, doesn't it, sir?
Again, I'm just telling you the answer to the question. When you're reading me those statements, I'm telling you the response by the other side, who publishes also, is that if that was the case, there could be no expert witness testimony in the courtroom.
Psychiatrists are ethically prohibited from evaluating individuals without permission or other authorization, such as a court order. That's the rule, right?
Again, if you're reading that, then I have to believe you're not misrepresenting it.
No, not
And I would
box
come
wine.
back to, again, then this whole thing on we might as well get rid of all the expert witnesses we've had throughout all of time for court proceedings. Because
No, I believe it's
unless a court
I believe it's bottled like bold brewed green tea from Taiwan. Yeah, from Taiwan. You can tell it's from Taiwan by the writing on it. Yeah. Unsweetened bold green tea.
and that's what you just said, or the APA said, then therefore expert witnesses cannot do an evaluation
Taiwan,
based on an
I
observation.
swear, is not a country.
Insurance companies
Please do
cannot
not
do
cancel
evaluations solely
me.
based on medical record where their doctors rendering
People's
professional
Republic of
opinions.
China.
So at the end of the day,
overlords.
you are essentially saying that unless someone has
I
directly
swear
evaluated
Taiwan isn't a
there-
country.
this whole medical system we have, this whole legal system we have, is null and void.
That's my John Cena
No, yes, you are, sir.
impersonation.
No, you are.
Well, give me a second, and I'll give you more than a second. What I'm saying and what I am reading to you
He got Peacemaker because he apologized to China. That's the conspiracy theory.
is a rule by your organization that takes into account
What a bitch.
that there could be court orders that would permit the exact kind of evaluation that you say I'm eliminating.
And I think we're going in circles because I think I just said that means expert witness testimony would not be allowed, and the branch of forensic psychiatry would be especially hindered. And we know the branch of forensic psychiatry does not prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every.
This guy sounds drunk. He slurs his words. Either that or he doesn't know how to speak. I'm going to make a quick run to the bathroom. Everyone, please chill just for a second. Don't go anywhere. It won't take that long. I'll pee very fast. I promise. Don't go. I'll be right back. All right, most of you stayed, so that's great. The balls.
Single thing they put in there, everybody has to uncategorically agree with. Clearly,
uncategorically, he can't say words.
Prohibit that. So I am a member of the APA. That doesn't necessarily mean every single thing they put in there,
Unnecessary.
everybody has to uncategorically agree with.
Uncategorically, he means, but he said uncategorically. He doesn't know how to talk. Why did they pick this guy?
Because clearly, that's not the case.
Is he drunk?
With your deposition that the professional opinions you rendered were inconsistent with the Goldwater rule?
Yeah, my first was inconsistent. If we're saying that if the Goldwater rule says, and I very much said that during deposition, that the Goldwater rule was made for presidents and public figures such as that, but regardless of that, because that's what it was made for. It's not made for Hollywood, but I'll even take that Mr. Depp's a public figure. What I'm saying to you is that the Goldwater rule is saying we cannot do any expert witness testimony in our field. That is exactly what the Goldwater rule is saying based on exactly what you read. And I'm just telling you what you are saying that rule encompasses.
What I'm asking you, sir, is did you comply with the ethical requirements of the APA when rendering the professional opinions that you've rendered today?
It is a requirement of the APA. It is not the requirement of the APA. Secondarily,
so the answer is no.
Secondarily, again, in order to not, we wasted our whole morning because there was an expert witness before me. There's an expert witness everyone brought in. So all I'm saying is that means the whole field.
We waste our whole morning because they brought other expert witnesses in.
Unethical for engaging in an act that the APA clearly says we should not do. So if you're saying that, then the answer is yes, I'm agreeing with that statement.
You're agreeing that the APA would deem your testimony and your professional opinions rendered unethical.
I'm saying you are saying that I'm an expert witness. I'm saying as an expert witness and solely as an expert witness, that guideline is permitting that from occurring. I would say then that the whole field of expert witness testimony, again, would be disavowed by what you are quoting in the Goldwater rule. And we know that's not the case, because if it was, we would not be allowed to do it.
And you said the rule was for presidents, right? And
that was initially for presidents, yes.
Sip your Gatorade, doctor. Sip your Gatorade.
The rule says it is unethical for a psychiatrist to offer a professional opinion about an individual. That's right, sir. It's not just presidents, it's not public figures, it's individuals.
Funny, it was named after according to your logic, if you don't put something in the title, it's not true. That's what you told me this morning, I believe, at my intimate partner violence. So what I would say to you then, sir, is that if you say this about an individual, again, any court would have to render an expert witness testimony invalid. Any doctor that reviews charts would have to render it invalid. I can go on the list of docs that do not see or interview patients directly, and that's a violation. So basically, you are saying that unless you do a direct clinical evaluation, then all of the field of forensic psychiatry and all of managed care is doing an unethical violation because we are not seeing the presence. We deny patients medications all the time without seeing them. We deny patients treatments, unfortunately, without seeing them. And I'm on the receiving end of that. So the answer to your question, again, unless you were saying to me that all of this is unethical, which is what you are saying. This is how I'm interpreting what you are saying to me. That unless you do the evaluation directly yourself, therefore, it could not be considered ethical. And I'm telling you how that's applicable to not just expert law, but also managed care. It's applicable to multiple branches of medicine. Duration of hospitalization stay, they get evaluated. So tell me where you want me to end this.
Well, why don't we talk about what you just testified to? Because I didn't ask you anything about that. I asked you whether, under this rubric, under this principle of medical ethics, Have you acted unethically? Yes or no?
No. As an expert witness, I have not acted unethically. And if you want the jury to believe that expert witnesses are unethical, then I guess that's for them to decide.
Yes
that's
or no,
for them
sir.
to
You
decide.
said no. Let's go to the next question.
Okay.
Right? Psychiatric diagnosis occurs in the context of an evaluation based on thorough history-taking, examination, and where applicable, collated or collateral information. You'll agree with that?
I believe I said that earlier, yes.
Yeah. And it's a departure from the methods of the profession to render an opinion without an examination and without conducting an evaluation in accordance with the standards of psychiatric practice, correct?
Well, again, by the way, for the record, intimate partner violence is not a psychiatric diagnosis. I'll start with that. Substance usage by themselves is not a psychiatric diagnosis. Psychiatric is not a diagnosis of that.
He talks kind of like Joe
Narcissistic
Biden, how he
is
slurs.
not a diagnosis. Ergo, I am basically commenting on the things that were brought to me, which are not diagnosis. But an evaluation, if I was going to treat a patient or anyone here, those are the steps I would take.
We, I think, started with the notion that this rule applies broader than diagnoses. It applies to professional opinions.
I believe you just
rendered professional opinions relative to narcissistic personality traits, haven't you, sir? Relative to Mr. Depp.
Again, I believe you just commented on what it takes to do in a psychiatric evaluation to establish a diagnosis.
your
I'm almost certain
evaluation.
That's what you said. And maybe I'm wrong.
Says
Maybe you didn't say it,
your
but I'm
evaluation.
sure you did. And therefore, what I'm saying is neither IPV nor substance usage nor narcissistic personality traits a psychiatric diagnosis. And then under the rubric of expert witness testimony, you are saying I acted unethically under the rubric of expert witness testimony. So if you, sir, would like to proceed that expert witnesses are unethical, based on that, I am not going to sit here and disagree with you and waste everyone's time. I think it's
Every
fairly
one
obvious.
time.
But thank
Every
you.
one
I'm sorry.
time.
These were your words.
This guy
I'm just
can't
saying back
speak.
how they're interpreted.
Why is he an expert witness?
Let's start with the easy question then. Maybe we can.
That was pretty easy. Go ahead.
All right, Doctor, you're going to have to just answer the questions.
Okay. Sorry about that. Getting into it.
You need to just answer the questions, Dr. Spiegel.
You are not rendering any
Just got reprimanded by the judge.
whatsoever of Mr. Depp today or ever.
No, I probably would say to you that certainly I would not say narcissistic personality, or I would say traits. Certainly, from what I have read, intimate partner violence is not a diagnosis. So the answer is no for that. Narcissistic personality traits is not a diagnosis. The answer is no. But if you want to tell me that
The
substance
judge
use
was like,
disorder
hey.
is a psychiatric diagnosis, the answer is yes.
But that wasn't an issue, was it? Whether Mr. Depp used substances. I mean, you said you've gone through the record. That wasn't really an issue at this trial. He's said it from day one.
Oh, so you're saying he's already admitted to the diagnosis?
He's already admitted to the use of the substances.
Well, again, there's a difference between admitting to substance use and substance use disorder.
Let's go back to what you just said about narcissistic personality traits.
Yes.
Narcissistic personality disorder is a DSM-5 diagnosis, correct?
Correct.
Diagnostic personality, and you haven't testified that Mr. Depp has narcissistic personality disorder, have you?
I would certainly, if I didn't, I'm certainly thinking that, but at least I'm going to say he has traits, which are characteristics of provisional diagnosis of, it's a provisional diagnosis of probably narcissistic personality disorder. But yeah, I mean, I do believe that.
Well, when you say provisional diagnosis, you know the DSM-5 requires, in order to find that diagnosis, 5 of the 9 factors.
Mm-hmm.
And you haven't done that analysis. You've never made that diagnosis. You've just identified certain factors.
That are criteria for the diagnosis.
Right. But you need 5 of 9 to get to the diagnosis. You've already told us that you didn't make a diagnosis. You're just identifying traits. correct?
I'm identifying traits that are consistent with the diagnosis, yes.
Oh no, it went gray. It's frozen, everybody. What the fuck?
Intimate
There we
partner
go.
violence, which include, cluster B traits include narcissistic personality disorder, antisocial personality disorder, amongst others. So the answer to the question is every resource on intimate partner violence will support that cluster B traits where narcissistic personality falls under is a risk factor for intimate partner violence.
Any single trait under is a risk factor for IPV.
Again, I will repeat, cluster B traits. I didn't say any trait. I said cluster. No,
let me be more precise then.
Okay.
Any narcissistic trait in and of itself is a risk factor for IPV.
But you are mischaracterizing what I said. What I said, I'm pretty sure I said cluster. If you look at all the intimate partner violence literature, and I would behoove you to do so, you will see that cluster B traits. I didn't say narcissistic per se. Cluster B traits, where narcissistic personality disorder is part of, are risk factors for intimate partner violence, part and parcel, uniformly true. And I'm not sure, the thing I don't understand is I'm not sure why we're arguing psychiatry, because I'm telling you what it is.
Dr. Siegel, you just need to answer the question.
Okay.
So you want to talk about cluster B, so let's do that for a minute. Borderline personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
As part of cluster B traits, yes.
Histrionic personality disorder is a risk factor for IPV.
Less so.
But it
less so. Less so. I mean, it's a risk factor, but less so, yes.
Yeah.
Less so. Significantly less so.
Less so.
Right.
Less so.
So, which traits under narcissistic, before I move on there, there's only been one diagnosis in court of personality disorders, correct?
I'm not sure who you're referring to. Are you referring to Mr. Depp, Ms. Hurt? I'm not sure what you were talking about.
Do you understand that there was a medical examination done of Ms. Hurt?
Yes, I did.
Do you understand that the testimony was ultimately that Ms. Hurd suffers from 2 personality disorders?
Okay, so I'm just being specific. I just wanted to know if you're talking about Ms. Hurt or Mr. Depp. So that's all I was asking you.
Yes or no to my question?
Which was there's only one diagnosis of, Ms. Hurd was diagnosed with that.
Yeah, and both of the diagnoses are in cluster B, and both of them are risk factors for IPV.
But both those cluster B things are, I'm not allowed to comment on the testing, so therefore, all I can say is that cluster B traits, and I'll tell you what they are, and by the way, I testified this before, which was that, 1, I don't expect perfection from my victims. 2, absolutely there were cluster B traits Ms. Hurd had. Absolutely Ms. Hurd had.
Given that you've testified to it before, let's move on to a new question.
Okay.
All right. You indicated, in your opinion today, that you thought, well, why don't we move a little differently? Are you a member of the American Medical Association?
No.
Okay, so you don't know what the ethical rule of the American Medical Association is relative to doing clinical diagnoses about individuals you've never talked to.
So you're saying in terms of doing expert witness evaluations under that rubric, right?
I'm just asking you, do you know the AMA's rule?
You're saying the AMA's ruling under the rubric of not doing about what some of you did not see. And I'm questioning, I'm asking, so you are talking about expert witness testimony?
No, I'm talking about, do you know the rule?
I'm not a member of the AMA, so I
Okay,
I don't
great.
read the rule.
We can move on. You don't know the rule. All right. You rendered an opinion about Mr. Depp's purported cognitive impairment.
Yes.
Yeah. What do you use as a baseline?
A baseline for processing speed?
Yeah, for analyzing Mr. Depp before you watched his deposition.
What do I use a baseline for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I guess my baseline would probably be how I've seen him interact in public. How I've seen him interact with others. I've seen him interact in media. I've seen him interact, and his process speed is certainly not slow. I've seen him do commercials. His process speed was not slow.
At deposition, didn't you say that what you did was compare Mr. Depp's performance in lots of pirate movies against his deposition testimony here?
What I said was I've seen Mr. Depp do apology ads. I remember he did an apology ad with Bad Dog with no delay in process speed. I've seen him interact with the media regarding to that. I saw no delay in processing speed. All I'm saying
Let me ask you about pirates, though. You compared pirates to the to the depositions given in this case.
Then I apologize for what I said. Then I misspoke.
Huh?
You misspoke? You didn't make the comparison?
Right now, just a second ago? Just a second ago, I may have said that I misspoke. I apologize, I misspoke.
Okay.
What?
Because you know you can't compare pirates to sworn testimony, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Huh?
But you can, but as an aside, you can judge someone's processing speed at any time. Like I'm judging yours right now, you're judging mine. We all judge processing speed as a baseline because of what we know about each other. I would say your processing speed right now is not slow. So, I mean, we're judging processing speed. I'm just saying to you.
Yeah. But no, any of Mr. Depp's other portrayals in movies, did that affect your analysis of processing speed?
Only I've seen him interact on interviews, and that was it.
Right.
When he wasn't in movies.
Right. But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you? You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Huh? What was that? What was that? What was that weird thing that he did?
You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
Oh no, I'm gonna pass out. Oh my god. What the fuck was that? Hold on.
But Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you?
Willy Wonka doesn't matter to you.
You see him in that movie, Charlie and Chocolate Factory? Did you look at that one when you were comparing his processing speed?
And then he's like,
Do I have to answer that question, Your Honor?
You have to answer questions. Yes, sir.
No, you'll be happy to know I didn't see Willy Wonka I didn't see 21 Jump Street when it happened, or whatever it was about. No, I did not.
All right. You made a very kind admission, I think, early on in your deposition, that you're not claiming to be a better actor than Mr. Depp. That's correct, isn't it?
100%.
All right. But with respect to acting, you know that actors actually rehearse for their parts and work on the language, diction, timing of their dialogue as part of that rehearsal?
If you say that, I'm not an actor, so I don't know what goes on. I can't tell you. I have no idea what goes on in acting.
Okay, but you don't know enough about acting to know whether actors rehearse?
Sir, I am not an expert in acting. I have no idea what an actor does.
Okay. During your deposition, what were the circumstances under which you decided to call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, we saw this
Under
earlier.
somebody call Mr. Depp an idiot?
Yeah, you called Mr. Depp an idiot in your deposition. Why
Okay. So I think it was in the context. I think it was in the. You probably should read the context of it, because I think the context was, and I'm trying to think back. Okay. I'm trying to think back.
I'm trying to
what
think
I
back.
thought it was related
Trying to
to
think
was
back.
if you're
I'd
coming
apply.
to some deposition. Okay, and again, I'm thinking back. So
I'd apply.
You have it in front of you. I don't. So
Okay,
I'm
yep,
thinking
you
back.
have
There
it,
was
yeah.
coming in from Europe for a deposition, video deposition that he gave, and he took an overnight the night before. And what I think I said was that if you're going to take if you're going to do a major thing to a trial that you're involved with, I think you'd be an idiot to come in the night before.
This is
So I didn't call Mr. Depp
genuinely
an idiot.
entertaining.
I certainly called that planning an idiot. I didn't call him an idiot.
So the words, so I mean he's an idiot, are mistranscribed?
No, I'm sure. Again, if I said it in that, if you're just reading one line, one snippet, I'm sure it was in the context I just said. But again, you have it in front of you. I don't.
Yeah. Is idiot a professional opinion?
I wasn't rendering professional opinion.
Yeah.
No.
Is it a psychiatric opinion?
And that follows the Goldwater rule.
How does it follow the?
Well, you just said that I'm not rendering a professional opinion. I just said idiot. That's not a.
No, so idiot is not a professional opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your practice to describe people as idiots?
My practice to describe people. In my practice? No, I don't describe people my clinical cases as idiots or patients as idiots or victims as idiots. No, sir.
But you sat for a deposition in this case and described the plaintiff as an idiot, correct?
You gave me 9 hours of deposition, and if I said the word idiot, it was an idiot in planning. It wasn't making him an idiot. I don't know Mr. Depp's IQ. I don't know his overall functioning. So therefore, if I said it, it was an idiot in planning, which is what I meant to come across as.
All right. So you did say you don't know his overall functioning, but you made some testimony today as to some evaluations you made relative to his functioning. You would agree with me that it's probably a good idea to think about the questions that are asked you in a court proceeding before answering them.
Am I allowed to answer that question?
Yes.
Okay. So what I meant by function, what I said by function, I believe that his agent reported how late he was showing up to every movie while the cast is waiting for him. I believe that would be an impairment. If I showed up late for that, I would not be here right now, would not have a job. Okay? I believe the thing was in terms of balking out of treatment for substance rehab that his doctor is prescribing for him. So if you're asking me if that's an impairment of functioning, I would say I'm very much substantiated in that.
I'm trying to understand how you got to this notion of cognitive decline. And I thought it was based at least in part on the manner in which he testified.
I'm sorry, what?
On the manner in which he testified.
On the manner, I'm sorry, I'm not being difficult. I can't hear. I'm sorry. On what?
I was asking you about the cognitive decline.
Yes.
We'll skip this because we already
Yes.
watched some of those.
Don't you think it's a good idea?
Does not put a 58-year-old gentleman.
And you understand that the entirety of Dr. Blaustein's medical records are 12 pages of handwritten notes.
The important part was what I said. For me, as an example of cognition, which I'm trying to prove, which is what you asked me, the important part was what I said. And that was irrefutable.
The important part is that he gave the mini mental status exam?
Yes, sir.
All right.
That's
Let's
a
talk
cognitive.
about the mini mental status exam. Scored on a 30-point scale, right?
Yes.
All right. You don't know what drawing Mr. Depp did.
Memory.
So the memory.
We already watched this
Which
part.
is what we do in clinical medicine, sir.
Okay. You rely on tests that you don't know when it was administered, you don't know the score of the test, and you don't know the state of the person being tested, but you're going to rely on it anyway.
Again, if we had to know every test, when people get the mini mental state exam, we have no idea clinically if they are high, wasted, stoned, stroke. We have no idea. So if you're going to say that, that means everybody needs a drug test before they do a mini mental study, and that's not the standard of care. And I think you know that. So
let's talk a little bit about this word you kept using, correlation. You know the word, right?
Yes.
Correlation and causation aren't the same thing, are they, sir?
No, they're not the same thing.
No. How are they different?
Correlation is consistent with causation, it means direct link.
Can you say that again? You were so fast I didn't hear it.
I'm sorry about that. Correlation is a risk for something happening. Causation is a direct link.
Right. So just because something's correlated doesn't mean it's going to happen.
100%.
Right.
100%.
But lung cancer, for instance. Smoking is very highly correlated with lung cancer, right?
Yeah, and there's certainly a link to lung cancer and smoking.
Right. But not all smokers get lung cancer.
Not all smokers do. No one, like I said, no one fits the curve perfectly.
Right. And you made repeated testimony to all of us. All of us do this. All of us do that. Mm-hmm. Your suggestion about all of us is you're just looking at the world as a sample and not at any particular individual, correct?
What I'm looking at is that I'm not talking about an individual, how they can or cannot be resistant. What I'm saying is invariably, when you use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely.
What was that?
But is that?
Did you see that? This guy's just full of...
Use substances, this is going to happen. Now, is there a 0.05% chance that someone who does? Absolutely.
He's a wild man.
But is that medical degree of certainty? Absolutely not.
A 0.05% chance of what, sir?
Of eventually developing symptoms. If you're using excessively, eventually you're going to develop symptoms.
All right. But risk factors tell us nothing about any one particular individual, do they, sir?
No, again, risk factors tell us nothing except that if they have it, they're at a higher likelihood of developing it. That's what it tells us.
But you did a whole litany of risk factors relative to IPV.
Yes.
Right. And none of those risk factors tell us anything specifically about an individual.
Other than they're at higher risk. Right.
Right. So someone could have every single risk factor for IPV and never commit IPV, right?
It would be, again, if you're going to say a medical degree of probability, the answer is they will. But if you're saying uniformly, the answer is no.
Right. IPV can occur without substance abuse?
Oh, sure.
Someone can abuse substances without ever perpetrating IPV?
Again, absolutely. But, again, you are saying different than what I said. I did not say abusing substances. I said substance use disorder. Those are two different things, because there are surely people who use substances that do not engage in any violence, do not become psychotic, nothing at all.
Someone throw me a couple bucks.
People who have substance abuse disorder.
Start a new fucking tip train, damn it.
Have substance abuse disorder who don't commit IPV, correct?
They are saying people who have substance use disorders, the majority of them, over 50% do. So over 50% do. So that's
the answer is yes.
As you said, not everyone who smokes gets lung cancer.
So there are significant numbers of people. You said it was over 50. So you'd say 40% of the people who have substance abuse disorder don't commit IPV?
And those are the ones that do not have IPV risk factors, right? So we're talking about people
wait a minute.
who don't.
Isn't substance abuse disorder an IPV risk factor?
Oh, yeah. These are other people that don't have other risk factors, right?
But again, we're talking about people in general. You don't know anything about any particular individual as to whether anybody's going to commit IPV.
If statistics follow through, all we can say is more than 50%, 70% will. If you combine more risk factors you have, the more likely you're going to develop the illness. If you smoke cigarettes once, that might not correlate to lung cancer. If you smoke it chronically, that might.
Right,
So that's
but
all I'm
we're
saying.
talking about individuals here. You either have lung cancer or you don't, right?
If you're smoking.
Right. You either commit IPV or you didn't.
I mean, yeah, you either did or you didn't, yes.
Right. So you took some issue with me because I
Drink
was
that
asking
Gatorade,
about
doctor.
substance abuse generally, and you wanted me to talk about the disorder. I asked you earlier.
Camille's
about
got her
narcissistic
Fiji water. Depp's got his like coffee
You haven't made
cup.
that diagnosis. You've just talked
His
about
like
the
big
traits, right?
metal coffee cup. I have
And-
one of those too.
Somebody can have these
Here's
narcissistic
mine, actually,
personality
right here.
traits
Has my name on it.
and substance abuse disorder and never commit IPV, right?
So, along that line,
right.
about 80 to 90% of people who commit IPV have a personality disorder. So the answer is less than about 10% obviously do not.
There are more close links with IPV for borderline personality
To my
disorder
son? I don't
than
have a son.
narcissistic personality disorder.
I don't have any
Correct, sir?
kids.
I'm not going to agree with that.
No?
I'm not saying there are more links. I would say to you, there are absolute. If you're asking me if there are links, the answer is absolutely. If you're saying to me more, I can show studies that yes, so studies say that. That has not been absolutely definitively correlated. No.
No.
Absolutely not.
MDMA.
Yeah, MDMA.
What is it?
Ecstasy.
Yeah. And what's the normal dosage of ecstasy for people who use ecstasy?
Again, I couldn't tell you the quote unquote normal dose because honestly speaking, no one knows what they're getting when they're using it, right? It's not regulated, so.
But the effects of ecstasy enhance sense of well-being?
At low doses, the answer is yes. I'm going to gather when you're using it at higher doses and develop tolerance, you develop the sympathomimetic effects, which are not so enhanced well-being.
Increased extroversion, that's a symptom?
Again, at low dose, you are 100% right. At low amounts, you are 100% right. It is an attactogen. We feel closer to people. That's what people who use it say. They feel close to people, warmth to people, 100%. But with continual use and higher doses, it could be fatal.
Right.
So that's not well-being. I don't know if I call that well-being.
So continued use at higher doses, MDMA can be fatal, correct?
Correct.
What if you took 8 to 10 tablets of MDMA?
What if you took again, you don't know what it's very hard to say that. You don't know what it's, what's the word I'm looking for? Contaminated with, okay? You can't just say, hey, let me just take 8 to 10 pure ecstasy and see what happens. That's not gonna happen. So what I would say to you, again, because substance abuse are unpredictable, they are not regulated, no one knows what they're going to. No one has any idea whether it's going to cause this empathic and tactogen effect at very low doses, or is it going to cause the increase it's like a stimulant, like cocaine and something we talk about like that. No one knows what's going to happen. It's not regulated. And no one knows if you're using with other substances either, like other stimulants.
Or if you mix it with alcohol.
Or if you mix it with alcohol. No one knows if it's going to be potentially worse.
Right. But this is a potentially lethal combination. 8 to 10 MDMA pellets and alcohol.
This is a potential.
Oh my God,
Can it
that
kill
was like
you?
something
Yeah,
really
It
loud.
is a potentially toxic combination. That's true.
Ever heard of someone cutting off their own finger on MDMA?
Have I ever heard of it?
Yeah.
No, I can only give you one example.
Hadn't seen that one before. Okay. So, Seroquel. That one puts you to sleep, right?
If you want to phrase a barbiturate putting you to sleep, then the answer is yes.
Yeah, you heard Mr. Depp talking about sometimes being on the nod, right?
And again, I think I explained Seroquel very well this morning.
Good. I'm going to ask him a few more questions.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. You kept making references to street value. Why were you doing that?
Because that's why people with substance use disorder use quetiapine and Seroquel.
Say it again, I'm sorry.
That's why people who use quetiapine or Seroquel can it sells on the street because it's so barbiturate-like in effect.
Right, but you said that Mr. Depp had a prescription.
There are many substance use disorder patients who have prescriptions for Adderall and quetiapine from their doctor, and that doesn't mean they're not getting high out of it. That doesn't take much. Doctors like to believe what patients have to say. They're not going to go in there being expert witness testimony. All I'm telling you is that in people who have substance use disorder, it is not uncommon, and the thought was initially that because quetiapine was not addicting, that it's safe to give in people with substance use disorders, when in fact, we absolutely know it has street value. We absolutely know that for a fact.
Right, but my point about this is you made a bunch of testimony about street value, but you knew at the time you made the testimony that Mr. Depp, in fact, had a prescription.
He also had a prescription for oxycodone and roxicodone. Does that count? Because that's also probably not a good thing. Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean that...
I think Mr. Depp would agree with you it wasn't a good thing.
Just because you have a prescription doesn't mean you can't abuse it.
No, I'm not suggesting you're abusing it. I'm just wondering why your testimony was in any way tied to street value when every single drug you referenced, Mr. Depp had legally.
Again, you can have prescription substance abuse, and we know that, correct? No, I shouldn't be asking you that. We can have prescription substance use disorders, and that's not uncommon if you look at the opiate epidemic that we're living in right now. We can have that. That's not an uncommon thing. Unfortunate, but uncommon. Not uncommon.
So, Seroquel, I think you described as a sleeping agent when used off-label?
When I saw what?
Sleeping agent, Seroquel, when used off-label?
When used off-label, it's used. It can be used sleeping agent, yes.
Right. So, Mr. Depp's use of Seroquel could account for
The medication made by Jesus, Seroquel.
in this trial, where he's asleep in a chair.
Again, what I was saying to you is that if you have a substance use disorder, you are using it to be knocked out. Yes, I agree, but I'm not sure at the end of the day if she'd have vomitus over you either, because I've never seen Seroquel do that. So when he was passed out in the chair, he also had vomitus over him. I've never seen Seroquel do that ever.
Neurontin is another one of the drugs you testified about. That one's also prescribed, right?
Yes, it is.
And what's the prescription for that?
What's it used for? And what's its indication, or what's its used
what's its indication?
I mean, its indication is for seizures. It may have one pain indication. Again, I'm not a neurologist, so I can't tell you exactly if it does. But it's chronically used off-label for pain. It's used off-label for anxiety.
Right. And what's its effect? That's another one that'll put you to sleep, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, sure, 100%.
Right. And you made reference to a picture. As to his cognitive function?
If he was never fed his lines through the earpiece, which I know he was, but read he was, And that may have been that example. Mr. Wyatt may have said that it was music. I guess the question is, were you having the music during the actual talking of your lines? Is that what you're saying to me?
Well, you know, if you can do two things at once, that's a pretty high cognitive function, isn't it, sir?
You know, it's a very good point, actually. Divided attention is something humans have a lot of trouble in. So, for instance, we have trouble driving and putting on the, you know, using our cell phones and direct. So, divided attention, humans actually are not very good at. I'll put that out there.
But Mr.
In general, not just Mr. Depp, in general.
But Mr. Depp is pretty good at acting. You acknowledged that early on.
Absolutely. Well, better than me, so I know that.
Because you don't act. In fact, you don't know about acting.
You're right. I have no idea about acting.
And you don't know how prevalent the use of earpieces are in acting.
Again, I know nothing about acting. Irrespective of the fact you know nothing about acting, you've testified that Mr. Depp's use of an earpiece is somehow a cognitive deficit? So if I was giving a lecture and I was fed my lines, I would think there's a cognitive deficit. So and maybe I'm wrong. Like I said, maybe I could be wrong. Maybe
God, what a horrible expert witness. Maybe I'm wrong in everything I said.
I don't know.
I could be just a fucking idiot.
If you're doing a movie and you don't know the lines. But like you said, I'm just judging what I do with lectures, and that would never happen.
If you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not going to tell anybody how to act.
Huh?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I said if you gave lectures, you wouldn't use an earpiece, but you're not telling anybody how to act.
Right, I would not use an earpiece during lectures.
Right.
But I don't know what the standard for standard as Hollywood is for that. I have no idea.
Your testimony about the use of an earpiece, as maybe you were wrong. You're comfortable with the fact that you may have made a mistake there?
No, because I think in the basis of what I've read about it, I'm comfortable that I don't believe that actors are routinely given their entire script through earpieces. I find that hard to believe.
Yeah, but there's not one whit of evidence that this ever happened here.
I guess what I said. I just said I find it hard to believe. I didn't say it. I said I find it hard to believe. That's all I said.
Oh yeah, but what you found hard to believe, sir, was that every line of the script was pumped through an earpiece. Where did you ever get the idea that occurred?
That's what I read in the court review, the court evidence. That's where I got it from.
And you know whether Marlon Brando used an earpiece?
Isn't he dead?
Yeah.
So the answer is no. He does not use one now.
Oh, no, I used the past tense. Sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I know nothing.
Isn't he dead? What the fuck? What was that? What a weird dodge. He was trying to dodge the question by being like, oh, nope, he doesn't currently use it now, so no, because he's dead. It's like, what a weird dodge. This is the worst expert witness. How much is this guy getting paid? What a buffoon. This guy's such a buffoon. He's a psychiatrist. He prescribes psychiatric medication to people. This guy's a clown. This guy's a medical doctor that specializes in mental issues.
Nothing about acting. I will concede to you 100%. If that is the standard and people are done that's acting, then I apologize and that was wrong on my part. If that's the standard, I'm wrong. I don't know.
Okay. Let's go with that. No further questions.
All right.
Oh.
A bit.
Damn. That was brutal. That was brutal. He basically was just like, my entire testimony was bullshit. I'm sorry. No further questions. That is something else. All right. Let's see what's going on here. What the fuck? There we go. All right. Fucking Shabisky. I am about to kick Shabisky's ass in a video game because he's trash. I had the game still active. All right. Kapow. What we're going to do, I'm going to beat the shit out of Shabisky. He is trash. I'm going to let all of you guys vote on who will win, too. We are playing UFC 4, and I will, and he's trash, so he'll lose. I have to wait for him because he's slow, though. He has this cat. See, Shabisky can't beat me because he can't even control anything in his life. All right. He bought a $6,000 desk that he doesn't even use. It's sitting there, totally assembled, and he doesn't use it. Best WWE wrestler of all time, it is Macho Man Randy Savage. The greatest WWE wrestler of all time, Macho Man Randy Savage. That's just my opinion, by the way. I mean, it's very subjective. What? You think he just took the $6,000 and like bought a bunch of weed with it? Did he buy a car that he doesn't drive? His cat won't let him use the desk. He's like, I'll use it when I get my new computer. And it's like, when is this? He's had the desk for over a year. It's making me pissed off. I want to go to his house and steal his desk, and I'll bring it back to my place and I'll use it here. It'll get used that way. Can we send a repo man to Shabisky's place to repossess the desk? Give me the desk. Give me the desk, Shabisky. I'm coming to take it. You can't stop me. Yeah. I'll you know what? That desk is being wasted. That's so sad. I could make, you know what? I could make that desk go to such good use. You have no idea. We need this desk to come over here. Shabisky doesn't deserve this desk, clearly. He's a loser. And he's about to get his ass kicked in this game. I think Joe would win a wrestling match. I don't know about Billy versus Joe. I think maybe Joe would win. I don't know. Joe's a choker. He chokes. I had a wrestling match with Joe, and he choked me until I almost passed out. Scam Bisky. I know, he's so slow. What's up with this cat? The cat is like, when you can't control your cat, you'll hear him when he's streaming. All of a sudden he'll be like, shh, shh. He thinks he's the dog whisperer, but it's for a cat. Shh, shh, shh. What? What? He is very slow. All right. I'm there waiting already. Oh, here he is. Hey,
who?
loser. Are you ready to lose?
I don't lose.
Are you ready to lose?
I don't. That's nothing. That's something I never do. I never lose. I always win, no matter what.
You lose the mental health Olympics.
Olympics. Okay. Can't believe this. Let's see. You want me to turn my camera on here?
Shh, yeah, you could try.
Are you trying to add me onto this screen?
I don't. Let's see.
You don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have it set up for it through Discord, so I would have to like screen cap it. I don't know. Fuck it. We'll just do it this way. However you know, whatever you want to do.
Okay, we'll just do it like that, where it's just our voices on each other's.
All right.
And I'll turn my camera on.
I'm going to put up, I already have a poll up right now on my channel. And
It says I'm the greatest?
No, it's me versus you in this first fight and who's going to win. And I'm 85%. The people are siding with me.
That's silly. That's silly. Do they not know how amazing I am?
Yeah, they know because a lot of them have seen it, and I kick your ass like probably like 80% of the time. Probably like 85% of the time, like they voted on.
I don't agree. Okay.
Are you on Twitch right now?
No, I scheduled on YouTube to start in 12 minutes here.
12 minutes? Why are you doing this?
It's JLV's fault. I blame him. It's that guy's fault. He did.
I'm gonna come to your house and take your fucking desk from you, and I'm gonna use it.
Whoa! You got a
Try
thing
to
for
stop me.
houses? You got a thing for houses, Ben?
No, desks. I have a thing for unused desks.
You're gonna come from my house.
I'm coming to your house.
Oh.
I'm coming to your house. Get your mind out of the gutter, Shabisky.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's got a dirty mind. I thought you were talking
You do, and I'm gonna take your desk. You don't deserve it at this point. It's mine.
You're right. I need a bigger desk. You're right. We should fund a bigger
take care of
one
my
for
desk for me. There better not be any scratches on it when I come to pick it up.
Okay, and you better be dropping off the even bigger desk.
No. I'm dropping off an ass whooping for you.
What? No. No, I'm the coolest. Why would you? What? Heck no. All right, and I guess I could start this thing early.
Let's do it.
Oh, damn. Okay. All right, if I win, you have to give me all... You have to supply me with a lifetime supply of kombucha.
Do you like kombucha?
No, I've never tried it.
Oh.
I think I did try it, but maybe I didn't get the right one because it tasted really weird and I didn't like it.
Well, it is kind of weird.
Yeah, maybe.
It's kind of vinegary. Like it's kind of like it's got like a vinegar taste to it a little bit. But the kind I drink is like sweetened a little bit, so it's like fruity.
Yeah, I think that was the problem. What I got wasn't sweetened at all, so it's just like the drinking like I don't know what.
It's like I don't know. I like it. It's good for your poop too. It's like it's probiotic. It's good for like your gut health.
Damn, you're cooler more than Dave. You're so nice. All right.
Sell the desk and buy a computer. That is the best. That's probably the smartest thing you could do.
Then I'll be like, I don't have a desk for my computer.
No,
now.
you
Now
have a
I'm gonna
desk.
sell
You're
the
using it right now.
No, this thing is just a piece of wood. Flat piece of wood. With legs. Alright, so
Are you in the game yet?
Yeah, about to be.
I'm going to change my audio output so that you don't hear the game coming through my mic like it normally does. That's what I'm doing. I'm changing it. Hold on.
Yeah, that should be cool.
I think this will work.
All right.
Can you hear me?
So yeah,
Can you-
everybody watching, we need to getting Shabisky a bigger desk. The desk I got is huge, but it's not huge enough. It could be even huger. Let's be honest.
Shabisky, can you hear me?
Like Noah's Ark, but instead
guess he
it's like
can't.
Shabisky's desk. You know.
Hey,
It's like too big to even fit in a house. What,
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, baby. Yeah,
Could you not hear me a second ago?
Yeah, before you said, hey.
Hold on a second. Tell me if you can hear me in just a second here. I'm switching inputs. Can you hear me now? He cannot hear me on that. Let's see.
I don't hear you right now.
How about now? How about now? No, he can't. I'm going to have to do it. All right. So I can't. You can hear me now, right?
Yeah.
I can't switch it. I'm going to have to do it. Oh, God. I don't know how to make it through Discord. I don't know how to make it not share my audio.
Yeah, it's okay. We when we normally play this, I kind of deal with that anyways. It's not the end of the world for me.
All right.
It shouldn't be a big issue for me.
All right.
Let's see. I appreciate you trying to fix it there. Okay, so yeah. All right, I'll go live here. A second. It's gonna be the greatest. Gonna win every
You're going to
single
get
match.
destroyed.
You might get lucky one game, you know. You get lucky every now and then.
I get lucky, huh?
All right, going live here.
Shabisky's desk is a bunch of like big bags of weed that he just has stacked up, but he keeps smoking it. So his desk is almost gone eventually.
It's the greatest. All right.
It's it's a wooden board on top of some bricks of weed. That's where the desk money went. You guys are losers for giving him a desk.
Hey, at least it smells good. Okay. At least it smells good. It smells great.
Echo?
in fact.
I'm echoing?
I don't. You said meatball. I don't know what meatball.
Hold
is
on.
referring to. I don't hear you echoing.
Hold on.
Okay, I don't hear you echoing.
Hold on. No, I'm not echoing. There's no echo going on. Do you have two tabs open or something? I just listened to myself and there was no echo.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. Okay, so you just send me an invite here on UFC. What's up, Bill Hicks?
Yeah, I'm about to invite you and you're about to die. This will be the first time in the UFC video game a character dies. Right now.
I'd like it if every now and then, like, you could break someone's bone or something.
Oh my god. Well, that's like when you know, like if you attack a part of their body enough, it kind of breaks figuratively.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like it to be realistic enough where, like, every now and then
Yeah, they're not
going
to do that.
And they block and it fucking just straight up. I know they. Right,
I've seen in the UFC. In the UFC, I've seen guys throw a kick and it breaks their leg. Like they throw a kick so hard.
like I remember that one of those big guys that happened to a couple of years back there. But like I don't want to see that in real life at all. But in the game, fuck yeah, throw that in the game. Let's see. So we're on lightweight. What's your favorite class? Huh? Is it lightweight?
Let's do it, bitch.
Let's see. Guess I'll use him. I don't know. I don't fight with him very much. Lightweight, I don't fight him very much. I don't think.
You're already making excuses. The excuses are already here.
No, I know I'm gonna win. What's up, Charles? I was gonna do GTA, but we switched it over to playing UFC.
He was scared at first. He was like, but play Grand Theft Auto.
No, what?
He was ducking
I'm
me.
the greatest.
He was ducking me. He's
You're
afraid.
You're a duck.
Let's get ready. Come on.
Are you ready?
Oh, I'm
ready to
ready.
lose?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Are you ready to lose? Here, watch this trick I can do. Look. I'll give you a hug.
Yeah, he is one of the best fighters in the entire UFC. But in front
I don't think I like this fighter so far.
Most dangerous fighters across all divisions in the octagon, because that one skill he has is so good that you're in danger the entire time.
Oliveira gets caught with that punch. Huge block there.
Whoa, that was a good one.
He's got to press him. He's got to go chase that finish down now.
Trying to kick the leg out. Left hand is true. That will absolutely work.
He throws it like a piston, back and forth. He's landing that beautiful left hand.
Nice punch by Phil. Continues to mix it up, going to the head, mixing in some body shots.
Damn.
Now because he's got his opponent hurt very bad.
Oh, he might be out. And he comes through with a big knee.
riding with this guy so far.
Oh, quit crying, baby.
I don't like him. I don't like him.
Well, he continues to offer up the kick here, but just misses with that one. And he landed the right hand there. Oh, nice. Oh!
Serve him up. Go get him.
What's up, Bill?
Oh, straight right. 25 total strikes and counting have landed for Paul Felder. Oh, combination lands. You want to talk about putting strikes together. Beautiful execution.
And every one of them are landing. He's overwhelming him with different attacks.
Well, he has certainly found the range and staying pretty busy here on the field.
He's being busy, but it's also the timing and the accuracy that's allowing him to land so many attacks.
Oh, God, that was so close.
With these beautiful leg kicks.
Not close enough, Ben.
Oh, beautiful jab there, man. It's like you know what's coming, can't stop it.
Ooh, I split your eye.
Anticipate that jab coming, or he will batter and bruise you with that single strike.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that eye all bloody.
Oh, good job defensively there to block the strike by Felder.
Ooh,
oh, dude.
Just over 2 minutes to go. Back and forth we go here.
Great punch landed with so much power.
Past the 2-minute mark in round one. Irish Dragon gets tagged with a kick now. Let's see if it's
Oh, God.
strike right there. I'm not sure how many more of these his opponent can take.
Massive shot that he landed. Great job.
Got you.
No way! Ah!
Unbelievable. Oh, my goodness.
Cheated.
Fight.
Yeah, man, crowd loving it. Just a gorgeous shot there to end the fight. Really just the way he drew it up. He found the opening.
Oh, damn.
Utmost extent.
Shut up,
Nicely
Dingle.
done to finish the fight.
I'm the greatest.
Enjoy watching this one.
You're such a loser, Shabisky.
It was the fighter's fault. He sucks.
You suck.
The one that hit the exact sweet spot that ended his opponent's night.
And there he is
I'm the
after
greatest.
the huge knockout turned in tonight. Near perfect
Shut up,
execution
Dingle. I'm trying my
and one of the
best.
bigger highlights of his UFC career.
I was kicking your ass, I think.
No,
there
you
until-
weren't. You were at no point kicking my ass. You were at no
No?
point. No. No.
Oh.
You got some blood, but you were at no point kicking my ass. And
I don't know.
We'll run it back.
Man.
Choose your weight class. Choose the weight class of your choice.
Middleweight. It's too
Middleweight.
Middleweight. Yeah.
All right. Hold on. Shit. I was trying to make a poll really quick. All right. Hold on. All right.
Buddy St. Pierre.
Oh, you're gonna be George St. Pierre.
My buddy St. Pierre.
I'll just
He's
be
my
this
buddy.
guy.
We kiss. Me and St. Pierre kiss sometimes.
GSP.
All right, here we go. GSP.
Let's do it.
Oh my.
All right, coming up next is a middleweight
GSP.
match.
Yeah, he'll win the
last
fight.
fighter, Israel Adesanya
GSP.
and George Rush St. Pierre.
Never lose. You're going down. Right, Jack? Jack even agrees. You ready? You ready?
You can't control your cat. Your cat controls your life.
You're lying. You don't know how to. You're not free.
Round one, I can barely hear myself think in this arena right now. Two of the
true.
most dominant, well-rounded fighters in this division.
I mean, these guys are the best of all of mixed martial arts. They can do everything when they're locked inside.
Yeah,
the
see?
octagon.
Your cat.
Yeah, he's being a butthole.
The highest level of MMA on display tonight.
I predicted this would happen.
All right, so a nice shot there defensively.
What, me
to
kick you in
raise
the face?
guard and
No.
prevent any damage.
Your cat.
Never leave where they're supposed to be. And if you do that, most times you will block the shot that's incoming.
Went for the inside leg kick.
Stop kicking me in the leg.
Perhaps
That's not nice. That's bad.
Nice.
Mean stuff.
Look at how he turns his hip over when he throws that kick. He's throwing every part of himself.
Your leg hurt?
Into these big leg kicks.
Ow! What the hell, Ben? Ow!
This crowd just
Gotta be mean like that. Don't kick people in the leg.
He just captures
mean.
your imagination from the walkout to the entrance when he's in the octagon, the fighting style. He just kind of has that thing that makes you want to stop and stare at Israel Adesanya.
Nice defense there. Huge block.
Big leg kick lands. Nice movement punch. Yeah, he's mixed it all up.
Whoa!
Target there, using his length exceptionally well tonight. Whoa!
He's in trouble. He's hurt bad.
Just over 3 minutes to go now.
Oh.
Oh, he is up, but man, is he hurt. A finish could come here at any time.
Big kick lands.
God, that leg's starting to look like it hurts, Ben. Sure hope your leg's doing okay.
Nice punch there.
Well, no problem getting inside to land that straight punch. He's got a huge edge and reach, and he made good use of it there.
Origin. I'm gonna stream Fortnite. You gotta help me out with the cool guy go orgasm.
Oh, and there's another leg kick for good measure. So do a really good job with that weapon here tonight. And if you're trying to slow your opponent down.
Ah, your leg's all messed up, Ben.
Everything changes when you're blasting someone over and over with leg kicks.
Oh, you fell. Are you okay? You need help?
Gets up again here, but hurting.
Nice punch lands over the top. Ooh, head kick lands. He's hurt.
Nice combination of kicks there by GSP. Whoa!
What a fantastic strike to throw at the exact right moment. He deserves this moment. Don't finish this fight.
Punch you drop. Oh! Back to the feet.
He needs to start looking to finish now.
All right.
Yeah! And just like that, the fight is over.
He got him.
All right. So now the time is over, and we're playing the real version of this game now.
Found the opening and capitalized on it to the utmost extent.
So you can hug me on the ground? All right, but you're gonna lose.
All right.
You're always gonna lose because I'm
Okay.
GSP Dynamite.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I can't lose. I'm the greatest.
All right.
GSP. Let's see. GSP Dynamite.
All right. Let's do it. Did you get the invite?
Yeah, but I didn't click it quick enough.
Do I need to resend it?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
Oh, damn.
GSP is JF's father.
Yeah, it's true. If you don't know, now you know. If you lose this match, you gotta give Ben the desk. No.
I like that.
No.
The desk should be mine.
It's crazy talk. Boom. Down you go. Going down. Going down in the first 30 seconds of this match.
30 seconds?
30 seconds.
That's quite a prediction.
Tito Ortiz and Glover Teixeira.
Going down. You're not gonna win, Ben. Not this time. Not this time, Benjamin.
Are you ready?
I want to have the champion.
All right, so here we go. Round one is underway, and when we sat down with him on Thursday, he understood the grappling challenge he was up against. He's not afraid to engage on the ground tonight.
It's a danger that is not worth risking. It is something that you don't want to play with. This grappler is that good. When this fight gets to the ground, you enter his world, especially when it looks like you hold the advantage on the feet.
Well, perhaps a sign of things to come as he lands a kick there.
Nice kick landed by the jump. Big punch lands over the top. How's he going to follow this one up? Look at him drive his shin into his own body with that body kick.
Nope.
Oh, there's a takedown attempt, unable to get the fight to the ground.
Oh, thank you, Origin.
Nice job by the
Thank you. All right, I'll do some Fortnite here in a little bit. Thank you.
Everyone here during
No.
within earshot. He was going to try to
Get
wrestle,
off
try to
of
get
me.
this
I
fight
don't
to
want
the
to
ground, and
kiss.
no problem
Stop
doing
it.
so.
During their fight,
Stop it, Ben. No, stop. I don't want to kiss. Whoa, what was that? That was neat. See, I'm so talented. I do stuff I don't even know I can do. Ah!
Oh, beautiful takedown by him there.
Ow! Why'd you do that?
That guy's busy
What
tonight.
the hell, Benjamin?
Over takedown attempt after takedown attempt, and the cardio. The cardio to wrestle that much is so impressive.
No,
because
Ben.
his opponent is
No,
getting back
Ben,
to his feet,
no.
But he's got this ability to continue to chase takedowns. He
Bottom
needs to
fighter better move.
Yeah, he's got to move, John. He's got to
I'm gonna beat you up, Ben. Okay.
His opponent back into him,
Beat you
so
up.
He doesn't have the posture to land that big damage.
Just misses there with
God
the left.
damn you. Every chance you get, you trying to take me down here.
What a punch. Over and over, he's landing these big body kicks.
Midway through round one. All right, lands a kick there. Pretty well done.
Really good accuracy landing that kick. Oh, that was a big takedown. Is this one that's going to break it?
God damn.
All right, north-south position now. DC, we'll see how he chooses to advance from here. Oh, reversal here, DC.
What a way to switch the position. Fantastic movement by the bottom fighter. Nice job of hiding that head kick.
Oh, blocks the shot.
Nice.
Right hand upstairs. Oh, there it is again. He just continues to keep landing those takedowns, scoring a lot of points. His opponent has showed a pretty good get-up, but not strong.
Now, the guy's attacking the triangle. He finds himself in trouble because he got a little bit lazy in the full guard.
Looks like he's trying to manipulate the head. This could be tight.
Watch triangle, watch triangle.
Oh, you got out of it.
I'm the greatest.
Trying to control posture, unable to do so.
Did you know this about me, Benjamin?
He's got to grab that head or he's going to get blasted.
That shot blocked by Teixeira.
Liver kick. Look at him chopping the wood. Chop the wood with those leg kicks.
Tags him with the straight. Nice job there by Ortiz.
Look at how he turns his hip over when he throws that kick. Another big takedown.
Oh, nice job using his strength there to posture up. We'll see what he can do.
He's going to start looking to land big shots from the top.
Oh, and he escapes up to his feet. Very nice. Strong hook lands.
Going down, Benjamin.
Strikes have landed for Glover
Going
Teixeira.
down, Benjamin. You never stood a chance.
Just missed with the left there.
God damn.
Seconds left. 15 seconds.
That was gangster what I just did to you.
He needs to get on his bicycle, John. He needs to
Damn. Round
Yeah.
one. Got a little bit of blood.
All right, let's check out some of the action, DC, and how about...
Yeah, you got a knockdown right there for sure.
He does not waste anything. He does not loop punches. Everything's
Sneaky
tight.
little
Everything's
punch,
precise. He's a
boom.
sniper. We always talk about how he's a sniper. He is a sniper. And it showed
I'm a
in that
sniper.
exchange that allowed
Most of
You
the
are
time
doing good tonight.
Yeah. Most of the time, the people that speak, the announcer people, like, don't say the exact same thing between me and you, but they were just in sync right there, saying the exact same thing.
Interesting.
Like, the people on my stream can hear it, but it doesn't make much of a difference. It's not very loud and stuff.
Ortiz gets caught with that punch. The right hand just misses.
But yeah, I actually like this fighter. I just tried him the other day.
You don't really stand after you take a head kick like this. That is such toughness to even be on his feet right now.
Oh, he might be out. Well, he has landed some good shots, DC, but really unable to string anything together in terms of solid cover. That is a huge shot there, DC. I'm not sure how he stayed upright.
I mean, when you get hit with a shot like that, to stay standing shows and talks to your toughness.
Oh, big left. Here's the kick blocked by Teixeira. And he connects with a punch there. We'll see if there's more where that came from.
Boxing, boxing, boxing. Wow, actually got the takedown.
Oh, nicely done there as he escapes back to his feet. And he's looking for that left hand, just missed. All right, so maybe he goes for another takedown here, and it's the setups too, right? He's not blindly shooting from the outside. Maybe he'll get him down again.
He's doing a fantastic job of setting up his takedown with his hands. He's forcing the hands up around to block his face, and then he's dropping his levels, shooting his shot. And
all right, he gets the takedown now, DC. We'll see what he can do in this advantageous spot.
He set it up beautifully. Let's see if he can now take full advantage of it.
All right, so he lands another punch there, and he smells blood in the water, going right back at that cut.
Absolutely. The opponent has a lot of scar tissue around the eyes. He was able to cut it open, and now he's just touching it over and over.
Tito gets the takedown. Posturing up now.
And now the damage is about to start.
All right, good movement by him here on the ground. He really is a master of these transitions.
He is a master of movement on the ground. You never know where he's going to be.
Oh, he postured up there, gained some valuable separation.
And now the ground and pound starts.
Well, he works hard to get up again here, but he looks hurt.
Damn. All right.
Man, as he landed a high volume of strikes here.
The leg is a little messed up there, Benjamin.
After round one, so he got the message from the corner, and now he is taking control of this second round.
Benjamin.
Nice kick.
Your leg is really hurt there, Benjamin.
Tito going for the
Stop trying to grab my wiener. Stop it.
Went for the inside leg kick.
Stop trying to grab my wiener. Get away.
He's one of the better takedown artists in this featherweight division. All right, so inside the open guard of his opponent, you gotta be careful.
He's gonna start
No,
trying to
I don't wanna.
submission here.
No.
It looks like he's trying to attack an arm triangle. Watch triangle, watch triangle. There he is, he's moving to the finishing position. Now watch, he goes parallel right next to his opponent. When it's time to finish, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone, he's gone.
Ah, you gotta be kidding me.
Oh, you got out.
Ooh, right into side control, DC.
This is where you want to be now because you get to make your opponent decide. They try to turn back into you, you can attack guillotine. If they turn away to try to get to your knees, you throw your hooks in and you got all your rear choke submission.
45 seconds remain in the round. All right, so he postures up here and now figures to rain down some ground strikes.
Yeah, the ground and pound will be aplenty from this position.
30 seconds to go in round two. Well, he gets up again here, but he looks hurt. Oh, call it time.
He needs to start looking to finish now because he's got his opponent hurt very bad.
Oh, straight right. Teixeira's lower jaw now starting to show signs of swelling. 10 minutes in the books.
Ooh. Damn.
Check out some of the action in that round, DC. There was a whole lot of it, including a stunner upstairs that nearly closed the show.
It was a lot of action, back and forth action, but the big moment was that big strike to the head that landed, that put him on wild legs, and then survival mode.
Get socked. Why you socking me?
That's not nice.
Huh. Boom.
I forgot, what was that from, the why you socking me thing?
That was when Billy was getting punched during his
yeah. Why you socking me? Yeah, when he it was next to the dude's girlfriend or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Third round underway.
That sounds so familiar, but I couldn't remember.
Well, just as he did in the previous round, he continues to connect on a high volume of strikes. And a good sign, too, doesn't seem to be slowing down whatsoever.
Good punch lands. Very tricky when he throws that body kick.
Whoa! Ow! No! Leave me alone, Benjamin! Leave me alone! That's rude!
All right, side control now.
Let me get back up. Okay, Ben?
Well, both fighters pretty comfortable on the ground.
This is very rude.
You've got to be very careful hanging out here for too long if you're his opponent. Bottom fighter trying to control posture, unable to do so.
And now he's in a lot of danger. He's got to grab that head or he's going to get blasted.
Benjamin, let's kiss. Come here. Let's not fight. Let's kiss. Come here.
Oh, nice
no,
job
let's not
using
fight.
strength there to posture up. We'll see what he can do now.
He's going to start looking.
No, Benjamin, no!
Triangle attempt. He's going to try to move his left arm across to get pressure on the choke. Watch triangle, watch triangle. He needs to push the arm to the Oh, now he's in trouble.
Got you.
Fucking penis.
Yeah, that is high
God.
grappling right there as he gets the win tonight here by way of submission, and he bided his time there. He stayed patient, waited for an opening, and then when it was there,
Such
he
a
certainly
penis.
capitalized
Now you're
to get the
burying
takeover.
me. That's fucked up.
Look back at the replay as he gets it.
Boom. Look at that.
Just watch how slowly.
I was hoping to go to decision because we've never had one that actually went to
But
decision.
it's his trickiness. It's
You
his
normally that
ability
doesn't happen. That
to trick
happened
people into going to the floor with
once
him.
to me so far
and put him in
against
danger
one of my
and finish the
subscribers, and it happened to happen like yesterday or whatever. Yeah, most of the time we end up knocking each other out before in the third round.
You were buried.
That's not nice to bury people.
You were buried. Rest in peace.
That's bad. That's mean. I need to take a dab. Make myself feel better.
I have to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
I want to watch. I want to watch. Way up high or down low. Andrew. What the hell? Alright, so I guess what I'll do right now is schedule a Fortnite stream for in a little bit. Cool guy Fortnite stream. So yeah, cheers you guys. What's wrong with this thing?
All right, I'm back.
You're lying, not really back.
Okay, then why am I talking?
I don't get it.
Not a surprise.
You want a kiss about this, Ben? You want to have a kiss off? All right, fine. It's official. Me and Ben are having a kiss off. What's your problem with Fortnite, Juma? Fortnite's cool. You're just not hecka good at it like I am. I'm like a Fortnite pro.
So you say.
I am. You want to go against me on Fortnite? Huh?
Nah.
Want to go one-on-one?
Nah. No. Not interested. There are other games I'd like to play, though.
Psh, I knew you'd pussy out. Psh.
I wish we could play Marvel vs. Capcom 2. They never put that out for Xbox. Well, they put it out for Xbox a long time ago, but they never made it available for the newer consoles.
Yeah, I've never played that.
It's a fighting game.
Yeah, I haven't played much fighting games. You kind of got me into playing fighting games I normally wouldn't play, like This game and the Injustice 2, you got me into playing. I've been playing it. Both of them,
the WWE game is kind of fun once you learn how to play it, but that's not on Game Pass. So
yeah, yeah, I bet I'd enjoy it as long as they didn't fuck it up. Because like I said before, I used to play it when I was a little kid. I used to play some wrestling games.
it's very similar. I'll show it to you before we stop streaming so you can see it. It's pretty crazy. All right,
McGregor.
Yeah, I could be him.
He's in the featherweight, huh? What's all the classes he's in?
He was in a lot because he was actually pretty small when he started, and he got bigger.
Yeah, McGregor. It's McGregor.
What?
I passed 2,000 followers on TikTok today. I'm amazing. What's up,
I'm even
Origin?
more.
I just scheduled it. What'd you say?
I said I'm even more amazing because I don't use TikTok.
Yeah, you do. You just don't
Not
ever really
really.
use it. You
Yeah,
just have it.
Yeah.
You uploaded a couple of videos of your puppy.
Of
and
my
then you
dog.
Gave up on it. And then you gave up. You need to
Well,
get
I
back
got
on
too
that
much
grind,
else
dog.
going on. Let's
Think
see.
of the children.
Oh yeah, here's a wrestler. Okay, cool.
That was weird. I tried to schedule it and it didn't.
See, this guy that you're picking is a jiu-jitsu guy. He would be good on the ground, not so much throwing hands with somebody.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, it says
I don't know
his-
fighting's. Well, I don't know fighting styles well enough, so I was guessing that jiu-jitsu
So, like,
is kind of
boxer
like
and kickboxer. Boxer and if it says boxer or kickboxer, that means they're like a striker. They go for knockouts more than like
Yeah, I
taking
get-
it to the ground. And then jiu-jitsu and boxer, they're like on the ground. They're like ground people. And then there's also clinches. There's takedowns and clinches too. If you're a kickboxer and you get them like in the clinch, you can like throw knees to their head and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar with fighting style kind of stuff, so I don't really know jiu-jitsu. I thought it was just kind of like kickboxing or something.
No, jiu-jitsu is like ground fighting. It's like grapple fighting on the ground.
See, this is lightweight. You do lightweight a lot? Let's see. I'll try fucking with. Is McGregor a kickbox?
He's
Is he
like
on here?
he's a boxer. He might be under kickboxer. I mean, I don't know. Is he on lightweight? I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe not. Here, I'll try this guy. This is the guy that I think I met. Jeb is the cheater. You're a fucking cheater, or okay? I'm the greatest. I don't need to cheat. I'm just amazing. Okay?
Coming up next,
I'm
a
too amazing
UFC
to have to do
lightweight
that.
division bout.
You need to get your dog to shout me out on TikTok.
Huh?
All right, here we go with round one. You are paid to tell us what you think is going to happen as an analyst. We have a striker, we have a grappler.
Ben,
Doesn't always play
Ben,
out that
do
way.
we
but
really
what are
have
you
to
expecting
fight?
to see in this one?
I'm expecting the
Can we
grappler
just-
to try and
Ow.
go and make contact.
Stop, Ben.
If he can make contact, he can drag this fight to the mat. I expect the striker to try and maintain range with his jab, with his kicks, to make this a stand-up affair.
You say dog? Hold on, my nose a little.
And he landed the
Hurt
right
me,
hand
Ben.
there.
All right.
That was something. Nice strike.
Well, a lot of people think he might have the best jab in this division, certainly using it effectively here.
I mean, one of the best jabs in the world across all combat sports. The way that it just comes out, it's beautiful. The backside hand is always at the chin. The elbows tucked to the rib.
Whoa. Stop it, Ben. Stop it. Leave me alone, Ben. I want to kick you in the head. I can't kick you in the head from down here.
Imagine that it would work so well so early. Great job.
Oh, he postured up there, gained some valuable separation.
And now,
Can't kick you in the head from down here. Benjamin, stop it. Yeah, whoa, what was that? I'm a gangster. I'm a goddamn gangster. I don't know how I did that, but I did it. God, that was amazing. Flip you over like a goddamn baby or something.
Dealing with a cut now over that
Boom.
right eye.
that right hand hurt him a little bit.
Well, really using his reach advantage there with that punch, DC. Oh, just out of range with that punch attempt. Well, he continues to do a nice job here defensively protecting the head and sort of maybe letting his opponent gas out a little bit with all the volume.
His opponent sees the target, but he can't get to the target. So he'll continue to throw, and he'll continue to wear on his own gas tank.
Oh, there's a takedown attempt, unable to get the fight to the ground. Nice job by the opponent.
Nice job by the opponent.
Got you.
And potentially a critical
Stop
takedown
it. Stop
here.
trying to grab my leg.
Nice single.
I get that you have a foot fetish, but come on.
I do. I do.
These type of
You don't need to
transitions
grab
and
my
scrambles.
feet right here in front of everybody. Okay? Get off of me.
Fighter trying to control posture, unable to do so.
And now,
I want to stand and bang. Come on.
or he's going to get blasted.
Boom. You're going down. You're going down.
Oh, looked like he might have been in range, but misses with the kick.
Good right hand right there.
Medeiros' lower jaw does not look good. I don't think it's broken, but starting to show some obvious signs of swelling. Well, he continues to do a nice job here defensively, protecting his head, raising the guard, and really frustrating the offensive fighter a little bit.
Lesson 1 in boxing class: hands up, chin down.
Stop it. Stop trying to grab my
Kicking tonight, and it shows.
Uppercuts and punches, we don't say that all the time, but that has certainly been a big part of the narrative in this one as he lands yet another combination here in the clinch.
He lands another uppercut combination in the clinch. He's doing a really good job of finding his spot.
Right up the gut, DC. He's in a world of trouble now.
They say the straight moves are the ones that get there first, and it got right to the target.
Now goes in and secures the takedown. Posturing up now.
And now the damage is about to start.
I want to stand and bang, Ben, not on the ground and bang. Come on. Stop it.
All right, 45 seconds now to go in the round.
God damn. Just let me up, Ben. It's not going to work.
There, the ground and pound on point
You're not going to beat me. I'm superior, Benjamin. You need to accept it.
Solid strike on the ground. 15 seconds to go. All right, stacked guard here now. The feet are on the hips, DC, so for the top fighter, this is not at all ideal.
No, this is not ideal, because now he has to try and stop his opponent from kicking him away. How do you do that? You attack the feet. You start grabbing the feet with the hands.
Damn.
You look pretty messed up.
Yeah. You're being rude. Keep pushing me to the ground instead of standing and banging like a cool guy would do.
That sounds really gay.
Of those strikes, he kept hitting him over and over.
You gotta
to the
stand
head.
and bang.
Eventually, he found the one that really did
Boom! I slapped you.
It was a back fist.
I back fist slapped you.
Spinning back fist.
Spinning back flip fist. Whatever. Yeah. All right, here we go.
Second round underway. And he connects with a punch there. We'll see if he can follow it up.
He's landed that punch over and over again. What's he going to do to follow up?
Oh, single collar tie here. Oh, beautiful jab by him there. Got that to the target quickly.
He's dictating the fight with a jab.
The guy keeps spinning around when I punch him.
Significant damage to the body here. Another
Normally
strike
that doesn't
lands there.
happen.
He's probably trying to do a spinning back fist, but gets caught.
And there's another takedown attempt. Stuffs the
Oh, shit.
Whoa!
He needs to get into space so that he doesn't get finished. Oh, look at him jumping in to try to get the finish.
You have to be kidding me!
Oh my goodness.
You knew if he landed that weapon repeatedly, it could be a short night for his opponent, but that was just one perfectly placed strike that his opponent candidly didn't even see coming. It landed flush, and the rest,
I
as
win.
they say, is history.
No.
Big knockout win
Whack.
for him here tonight. Oh,
Cheated.
Highlights. You know we're going to find that nasty head kick somewhere in this highlight rip. Just an incredible result for him here tonight.
A very nice head kick
Boom. Oh,
to finish the
man.
fight, but don't ignore all the work he did with his hands.
Boom.
The opponent was in
Boom.
there.
Got your ass kicked, man.
Guys have to be willing to participate.
Now we go inside the octagon. Bruce Buffer with
That
the
was
official
not
decision.
nice, Benjamin.
48 seconds of round number 2.
That's bad manners.
Oh, man.
Oh, damn.
In 48 seconds in round 2.
Just saying that? Oh.
Well, 48 seconds left in round 2, I think.
Yeah. No. Is that what it is? I think.
Or is it
might.
48 seconds into round 2?
I think that's what it means, but maybe.
Yeah,
I'm wrong.
yeah. You know what? I think
means-
it does count up. I think it does count
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
Damn. Damn. There's some crazy tricks you could do on this game sometimes.
Yeah.
I like how I flipped you over when you took me
Yeah.
down like that. I don't know how I did it, but that was freaking like epic. That was so cool. Sometimes there's just some really cool tricks you'll do on me.
You want to do the smallest guys?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right.
These are one of the classes that I don't mess with too much. Let's see. I think about which one of these guys I've actually tried playing with before. I think I fought with this guy. I don't know.
This guy's the champion, at least.
Oh
with this
yeah, I
game.
have fought with him. Yeah. The only reason I remember is because of his fucking red stripe. His face does not stick out for me from the other guys, but he's the only one that has that red stripe on his head.
All right, coming up next, it's a UFC flyweight division matchup.
That's his thing. It's blood on his head. But don't call him a bloodhead. Okay?
You ready?
You're going down. That guy's weak.
All right.
That guy's weak. You're weak. I'm pointing at you and laughing.
Yeah, I saw that.
Plays out. It's a pick'em fight according to Las Vegas, and really hard to think of a weakness that we have seen on film from either guys in their UFC careers.
I feel like both of these guys are the top of the food chain. They're the best of the best that we can put inside the octagon. They are so well-rounded. They have every skill, and that is going to be on display tonight in this key matchup. Look at him whip his hip into that kick.
Well, perhaps a sign of things to come as he lands a kick there.
Nice kick landed by
All right, so he postures up here and now figures to rain down some ground strikes.
Yeah, the ground and pound will be aplenty from this position.
And they both stand up.
Can't mess with me. Can't mess with me, Benji man.
Strong defense there to block the shot.
stunning leg kick.
Oh, looks like he's trying to set up the takedown. There's the attempt. Spinning back fist. Oh, you can hear the thwack from here as he lands another leg kick in DC. Now we're seeing visible damage as that leg starts to redden up.
And now you start to see the damage. And now you start to see the limping of the opponent. Watch as he
what the fuck,
he's
dude?
turning away. He can't even get any pressure on his front leg anymore. He is beat up. That leg has been tenderized by this young man. Another punch to the head. He's really turning every part of himself into those strikes to the head. Big, powerful punch land. Now we get back to range.
All right, single collar tie now. Oh, and he finally gets the takedown now. So what do they say? Try again.
If at first you don't succeed, you try again. And this guy is the poster boy for that saying. Because he shot many takedown attempts, and he finally has secured one.
Right hand upstairs. Just out of range.
Get down there.
Double leg. My goodness, he has a great
God, you're not gonna win. Just get over it. I have my cool red stripe for a reason. 'Cause I'm badass. Okay?
Oh, nice job using his strength there to posture up. We'll see what he can do now.
He's going to start looking to land big shots to the top.
Oh, and he's back up again. Trying to kick the leg out. Oh, and he caught the kick. And he landed the right hand there.
Look at him working at trying to shut the liver down.
Much improved defensively as he blocks the shot. Well, he continues to find the openings tonight. Beautiful connection with the punch there.
Accuracy at its best.
Flush right.
Oh!
How about that shin?
Can't win, Benjamin.
Oh God, I froze.
Oh, here's the head kick. It's blocked. Oh, and he lands another takedown here. Just doing a nice job not telegraphing his shot. Clean entries. The Olympian's got to like what he sees.
I mean, over and over, he gets to the legs before his opponent reacts. By beating him on the entry, now it's up to the opponent to keep up. But this guy's playing chess. His opponent's playing checkers. He's playing chess. He can't keep up once he gets to his legs. He's got to beat him defensively before he gets his hands locked around his legs or his body. Nice strike.
Oh, spinning back fist. He didn't telegraph that one at all. So we cross the 30-second mark in our opening round. All right, so a nice job there defensively to raise the guard and prevent any damage.
Those hands never leave where they're supposed to be. And if you do that, most times you will block the shot. That's incoming.
Huge shot finds the target there.
Great shot lands. Now he's got to go find that follow-up hit. The kill shot is what they call it. He's going in the fight. Big liver kick lands under the elbow.
Oh, clipped him with the overhead.
Wow, crazy round.
Yeah, that was quite the round. Was that round 2?
I think that was the first round.
Okay.
A lot of high-level action, and if you like the takedown game, as my boy Daniel Cormier does, you enjoyed that round.
It's like we're watching the NCAA wrestling
I ducked your punch and took you down.
Yeah, that.
He's able to change levels, drive
Yeah,
into
this
an
guy's a
opponent
pretty good
and secure
fighter. I like
takedown
him.
after
He's probably
takedown.
my favorite in this class so far. But he's one of the only ones I've tried, I think.
I think he's the champ of this weight class.
Yeah, he is the champion. He has good attacks. Attack moves.
Nice punch lands.
Single collar tie now. Misses with the left hook. Lands a double leg takedown. Posturing up now.
And now the damage is about to start.
Pretty good ground and pound by him here. He told us on Thursday he needed to be more effective in these situations. Certainly effective tonight.
Many people have gone away from this style of fighting. This man has embraced it, and you are seeing why he's one of the best that we've seen do it in a long time.
All right, watch out for the setup here. DC, I know you don't pay your bets. I'll bet you $100 he goes for another takedown here.
If I don't pay, then why are you betting?
Nope.
I'll yell at the opposite.
What a shot to the body. He told us he was going to be champion. Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. It does not get much better than that.
Oh, knee strike right to the midsection there.
Woo!
Big kick lands. What a body kick.
Just missed with the left there. All right, so he's landed some good shots. You hate to
Take you down.
Double leg attempt here, and that is a good attempt as he gets the fight back to the mat.
It's ideal. His ideal situation just happened.
Oh, there you go.
Got in on the shot, didn't have to put too much effort to finish. Great job.
All right, he's sort of hanging out here unguarded, DC. Not sure if he's trying to bait him in or
Yeah.
what, but not great body language here. Just missed
Whoa.
with the straight left hand. Sound defensively blocks the shot. Lands the right hand.
Oh! Whoa!
A lot of top pressure being applied here. Now looking to do something with that left arm.
You gotta be kidding me.
The Kimura attack. Notice he'll
Some
pick up
stupid-
his left leg, step over the head to get his opponent on his hip. Once he gets him on his side, he'll start to apply pressure to try to get the finish. The Kimura is not the arm, it's the shoulder pressure that usually makes you tap. Oh man, that was slick.
All right, working on the ground here. His opponent's feet on the hips.
Yeah, bitch. Call me Steve-O. Oh shit.
Really significant damage to the body here. Another strike lands
You're not
there.
winning, Benjamin.
Big punch lands over the top. How's he gonna follow this one up?
Just misses with a left hook there.
Dude, I'm so amazing.
Able to check that kick as well. Just out of range with the straight left hand. Oh, nice kick right there. Tell the masses how good that feels to get kicked like that.
It doesn't feel good to get kicked like that.
Pretty good strike. There, DC, he is officially rocked.
A big, massive hook that really has put his opponent on skates.
Oh, stuffs the takedown without issue.
Whoa!
Right side control now, DC. You know he's in his element on the ground. A lot of tricks up his sleeve.
A lot of tricks.
Well, these are some excellent ground and pound strikes here, DC. There's an efficiency with which he operates in these situations.
He knows exactly
Dude, this
when
is
to throw,
crazy.
exactly when to hold.
All right.
And it's allowing him to really control the grappling aspect of the fight.
There's a song there, right? Know when to hold him,
Know when to fold him. Yep,
There you go.
absolutely.
Trying to hammer that lead leg. Well, he's really starting to land a high number of strikes here in the second round. No denying that he has taken the message from his corner and picked up the pace here in round two.
Oh, that's a nice strike. He's throwing every part of himself into these big leg kicks.
Mixes it up nicely in terms of staying heavy and also staying active.
Ooh.
Collar tie. Oh, good takedown.
And
Going into round
Lewis.
3.
Ben is this guy with the red shorts.
Yeah.
I'm the guy with the red stripe on the head.
Yep.
I'm the guy with the red
Buckled his
stripe.
opponent bad. I'm surprised that the guy's still standing.
I don't know what their names
I hit you hard there. You were going for one of your like flying punches.
Yeah.
Generally don't recover fast. Let's see what they do to try to bring him back.
I need to bite your ear off
Last round, guys. You ready?
Huh?
Third and final round here.
and use it to paint more of my hair.
Punch over the top.
All right, so a good job by him here. He continues to block these shots. Seems to see them coming a mile away.
He sees him coming a mile away, and he's blocking, he's rolling, he's slipping.
No.
He's doing a great job.
Stuffs the takedown there. How good is his takedown?
Whoa.
Telegraph that spinning back fist.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, nicely done there as he escapes back to his feet. All right, so another swing and a miss, and I'd imagine if your gas tank is this low, you got to find times to try to preserve that energy and get yourself back to a place where you have some damage.
Yeah, you got to get out to space, find places to rest and recover. Get against
Ooh.
the go to the clinch, find ways to just recover so that when you have that next explosion, it actually has some meaning to it.
Punches in bunches, and he
Ooh.
as he lands, and maybe time to get the bonus checks ready.
Beat you.
Ah!
Goodness, what a fight.
I'm not sure if that's the way he drew it up, but a huge result for him here tonight as he gets the win by way of knockout, and that's about as good.
Oh my God. Was that round 3?
That was in round 3, yeah.
God damn, yeah. That was intense.
It was
Fuck.
right hand after right hand after right hand. Finally, he found the one that hit the exact sweet spot that ended his opponent's night.
So there he is as the celebration continues. A huge knockout for him here tonight. That could hold up as one of the better knockouts of the year.
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Dan Mergliata has called a stop to this contest. 1 minute.
All right, later, Pepita. Thanks for coming through, big balls.
So, do you want to play another one, or what do you want to do?
Yeah, if you want to fight again, we can do
All right.
another class or whatever.
Right, we'll do another
Or the same one, I don't care.
We'll do one more.
You know what's really weird to fight against? Have you ever fought against, like, or fought with the guy that's the tallest guy in here? I don't know what his name is. Go to,
He's probably a heavyweight if he's the tallest.
Yeah, he must be in heavyweight, and it's crazy. Watch, let's do that, and I'll
What's
show
his
you.
name?
He's pale, and he's, like, at the bottom here. Is it?
At the bottom of the top fighters?
Yeah, it's this guy.
Oh,
This
yeah.
guy's fucking gigantic. Watch, we'll fight and you'll see it. Like, it's the weirdest thing ever to fight with him and against him. It's really weird.
Okay. I'm ready.
Hold on, I'm gonna take a dabber dude real quick. In the name of Satan, our Lord and Savior.
There was this really tall MMA fighter from Korea. He was like 7'2", and he was way big. He made guys that we would think are big look small.
Yeah,
and he was really good at first, and then he started getting his ass kicked because he started fighting like top level fighters, and some of them. It was crazy to watch this one guy like knock his ass out because the guy swung like so high to hit him in the face, but it knocked him out.
Yeah. How tall is this guy?
I don't know. Stefan
Struve or however it's. He's It's got to be pretty tall.
He's Dutch, which is like some of the tallest people in the world come from the Netherlands.
Oh, really?
Yeah. He is 7 feet tall.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, very tall. Yeah. See, he makes your guys, Stipe, look really...
Stipe
he makes him look
Miocic.
like he makes him look short, but he's probably pretty tall. Probably
Yeah,
like
he's probably like
6 foot
6'4"
tall
or something. Let's see.
Oh, yeah.
He is... Yeah, he's 6'4".
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, so he's like way
All
above average height.
Yeah, 6'4" is real tall. All right, I'm going to take a dab real quick. Oh, this starts up. I don't like fighting with this guy, but it's weird. Well, he's okay to fight with, whatever, but it's weird to fight against him than gigantic he is. But cheers, everybody.
It is a heavyweight collision between Stipe Miocic and Stefan Struve.
All right, let's do this.
Whoa, Lord, Jim.
All right, so here we go. This highly anticipated fight is now underway. Looks like a classic matchup of striker versus grappler. Am I simplifying things too much?
In this instance, you aren't, because this is what got these two men to the show. Right. One guy is known for his diverse attack on the feet. The other guy is known for his ability to drag the fight to the mat and put his opponents in danger from the very start of the grappling exchange.
Just unable to quite find that range. All right, so here's the early takedown. He told everyone here during fight week.
You're a lot shorter on the ground.
Try to wrestle, try to get this fight to had no problem doing so just there.
During their fight camp, they
Boom!
they checked off the most important part of the fight, getting an early takedown. Big punch lands over the top. How's he gonna follow this one?
I guess you picked a fighter that's not the best example because he is actually kind of tall.
I mean, most heavyweights are tall because they're
Yeah.
heavyweights.
I was fighting against somebody where they picked like the shortest person in heavyweight, and it's so fun fighting.
Well, perhaps a sign of
fight,
things to come as he lands a kick
tallest
there.
versus the
Nice
shortest.
kick landed by this gentleman.
Oh. Oh.
Trying to hammer that lead leg. Really making good use of his reach advantage there with that punch. Miocic gets hit with a kick here. Let's see how he responds. Well, just exhausting watching some of these takedown attempts. He's unable to get it there.
And he's attempting them over and over again. How long before he gets discouraged and accept that this is going to be a stand-up fight?
And now trying to take the back.
Oh, that was nice, John. That was nice. But he kicked down the attempt.
Under 3 minutes now to go in the round. Struve gets back up, back into his comfort zone.
Oh.
Miocic is cut above the eye.
Right hand punch from the clinch.
Oh, and the ankle hook to get him down. We'll see if he can capitalize. That's a good DC. He is hurt.
Massive hook lands, and his opponent seems to be on his way out of the fight. Big. He needs to start looking to finish now because he's got his opponent hurt very bad.
Oh.
Kick there. We'll see if he can finish. Just over 2 minutes to go in what has been a furious round one. Nice job by Miocic on the feet, making some adjustments, and man, that jab looks clean to me.
I mean, that jab looks clean, but you got to be very careful not to get hit with a Stipe Miocic right hand. It's powerful, it's straight, and it can be very damaging.
And as effective as straight punches we've seen all night.
Huge straight punch lands, and he's got him hurt very bad. He's still hurt. Oh, he's hurt bad. He's hurt bad, John. He's got to press him. He's got to go chase that finish down now.
truth, Ted kick attempt, that one is goes to the ankle pick now to get him down decent.
Whoa.
Chooses to proceed from
That
here.
was weird. No, what?
Bitch.
What? Why didn't they let me block? Damn. You're so mean. So rude.
As he gets the TKO victory.
I can't believe you just did that. Neo Stitch or whatever.
All right, let's get you some replays now. Certainly a lot of guys to work within the truck. This was a clinic tonight in terms of mixed martial arts acumen.
And once he got to the top, he started playing
Just pounding your face.
until the fight was called off. Just a dominant
What
performance.
a bully. It's not nice to do that kind of stuff, man.
All right, I think I'm done winning so much tonight. You have a good night, Shabisky.
All right, cool guy. You're gonna call it a night.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. If people want to come over to my stream when he ends his, here's a link in the chat. But yeah, all right. Later, cool guy. It was
Later.
fun losing.
Yeah.
All right, later, big balls.
Later. All right. I am going to end this. Let's see. That was fun. All right, we are going to say goodnight. Good night to all of you, everybody. Later.